On me, oh my God, you lift me high, even when I'm low. Call you when I know, the way you tell me go, it's right back to the top. Been there, done it, you said it's done, cause you said I've been there, done it, you said it's done with it, cause you said I am.
Keep it on the D-low, ayy. On my knees like I'm Tebow, ayy. Got, but we deep so, ayy. Every op catch a Holy Ghost, ayy. God, we need it for my people. Last time was a bad time, we know. Past times make us sad, man, things slow. Bad times never last, gotta pray more, ayy. Why do I have to be blind to the enemy schemes? Time after time in my mind, gotta fight all things. Riding the wave, but sometimes my tank's on E. I'm loving the pressure, it's building me, that's on me.
On me, oh my God, you lift me high, even when I'm low. Call you when I know, the way you tell me go, it's right back to the top. Been there, done it, you said it's done with, cause you said I've been there, done it, you said it's done with, cause you said I am.
Back to business on me, don't act religious on me, my Lord is cool, he got forgiveness, remember the last repenting, put me through acts of witness, transformation, happy things the way I'm getting. What am I, oh, he loaded my hope. What am I, told my, hold of my soul. What am I, casket, yeah. Why do I have to be blind to the enemy schemes? Time after time in my mind, gotta fight all things. Riding the wave, but sometimes my tank's on E. I'm loving the pressure, it's building me, that's on me.
On me, oh my God, you lift me high, even when I'm low. Call you when I know, the way you tell me go, it's right back to the top. Been there, done it, you said it's done, cause you said I've been there, done it, you said it's done with.
Things like this can never be repeated, even if the best is yet to come. Doesn't matter if you don't believe it. Yesterday has gone now with the sun. Used to think each day as many hours. Now I work against the clock at hand. If we're getting wiser by each moment, how come there's no more I understand? Mystery takes over, no more plan. But in your eyes there is no time. I'm finding passions green and waters wide. In your embrace there is no fear. There's nothing I shall want when you are near. Eloi, why do I keep on falling? Eloi, have all left me behind. Yet somehow even in my darkest hour, night bows down to rays of light. The veil is torn and I am blind. In your eyes there is no time. I'm finding passions green and waters wide. according to thy will. Whatever is the way, just keep me close to you. The only one that knows me through and through. Deeper still, to thy will, close to you, through and through.
Black joy means being in a safe space and feeling free, where you can really be yourself and shed that skin.
I constantly am thinking about what it means to occupy my identities. I do surround myself with blackness.
Black is me. Black is you. Black is not something we get to choose, but it is something we get to cherish. It's something we get to wear, and we get to rock this with honor. I'm black like my granddaddy and my great-great-great-great-grandma. Black is that lift every voice and sing. Black is that letting your freedom ring and resound. Black is adjective, adverb, color, and noun. You so black. Ooh, you so black. When you smile, the stars come out. Baby, you so black. When you're born, the God come out.
My name is Terry.
Hey,
That's my twin.
Oh, yeah.
BCU's also where I attend. Oh my God. It's therapy, bio, and medicine.
Let's get it.
Black excellence.
Come on.
Black dude, educated, standing when I walk up in the building like a villain. Currently in school to be a dentist. Orthodontist about to make a killing. 3.7 and you think that I'm a felon? Nah, man, I ain't never been convicted. Trying to go to school to save lives. But you probably think I'm out here killing. But you probably think I'm out here stealing. But you probably think I'm out here dealing. When I put that do-rag on, now you look at me like I'm a villain.
Move to the left a little. Word. Pull up. Play the fiddle. Hey. Up. 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 Walk. Walk. Yes.
If you got it, let me see you wave your hand. When the devil said no, God said
Avengers! Assemble.
Never before have there been anyone that went through what we went through, slavery, discrimination, the whole thing, and then we opt for education over liberation. Now y'all play with that if you want. Liberation is close to the universal God. Education, any fool can put that book together. Y'all can sit there with all your PhDs on. George Washington didn't beat up the damn British for the right to build a college. They was getting liberated. Then once you liberate, you build the college to what you like it to be.
We just had an issue with Monique telling black women to stop wearing bonnets in public because somehow that's gonna solve all these other issues that it doesn't. They will still fail to recognize the totality of the system because that will require a complete reframing of the world from their perspective, especially if that perspective is at the top of the black food chain.
Is the concept of black excellence inherently anti-black? Yes, because I think in its current iteration, it's so focused in capitalism, it's so focused in being better than everybody that exists in the space that like that to me is something that puts pressure on us that we don't need.
I don't know white people in America, white media execs know how challenging it is to have 4 black men who represents 4 different aspects of black manhood, masculinity, right? Non-binary, sit up here, come from different lived experiences in an all predominantly white room, right? With our contracts possibly being considered, right? Brand a future contract outside of here, future of work, right? And have to be able to have this hard conversation. This isn't easy. And to know we did it with such grace, elegance, intellect, beauty, blackness. We leaned in. We weren't afraid to say black man or non-binary or female presenting. Like, I love all of that.
I'm sorry for the men who are tired of being men. God has carefully made you and fixed you just right, and you're trying to change it. Let men be men. If you're not going to be men, braid your hair and start wearing step-ins. Men, I want God to make me a better man. It keeps me from being jealous of others. It keeps me from being lost in pride when I know there's something else I could do. More growth, more power, more strength. Lord, make me a better man.
You're not lazy, you're just tired. Black excellence really just mirrors capitalistic ideals. So it went from being like, I am inherently worthy to, oh, now I'm earning my wealth, right? Now you have the exceptional Blacks, and then you have like the regular low Blacks like me, right? The regular Black folks who, you know, don't have $1 billion or don't have multi-million-dollar businesses, who don't have a bunch of college degrees. It really is like separating, like, oh, I'm coming out of this low place. Now I'm having access to this high place.
It really ends up being some Ayn Randian type shit where the best of the best and like, do y'all thing, are being able to do what they're doing because we are basically throwing away the people that need the most help in our own community.
We all can't be Black excellence. You see what I'm saying? Like if the idea that only the people who have access to these high things or these things that normal like laymen don't have access to, then where does that lead 99.9% of the Black folk? You know what I mean? Like where does that put us? If someone becomes a billionaire, right? Let's say Rihanna, because she just became a billionaire. If she became a billionaire and she's like, you know what? I'm giving away most of my money, right, to the Black community. We all win, right? We can all be Black excellence. But the problem is that's not happening. Like, that's not happening. I was told to go to college, get a good government job, retire, right? It didn't really work out that way. All I have to show for this degree is debt. My degree was actually in deaf studies, like ASL, American Sign Language, and a lot of the jobs that I was qualified for were very entry level. They were very service provider focused. And so a lot of service positions, like the helper positions, don't make a lot of money. People who work in social work don't make a lot of money. They were not trying to pay me nothing, okay? I know that hard work does not always pay off. It hardly ever pays off, especially if you're a Black person, Black woman in America. I'm out of it. I'm not playing this game anymore at the risk of being called, you know, all types of names like lazy or communist or whatever you want to call me. That's fine. I'm still gonna have my peace and I'm still gonna make my decision. I'm not opting to play their game when it wasn't meant for me to play it in the first place.
If you don't work, you don't eat. And that's a motto of our school. Near lunchtime, every child will say, if you don't work, you don't eat. And I think really school should be a minute society where children learn to function in a larger world. It seems now that school becomes more or less just a bypassing thing that children have to go to until you're a certain age, instead of really making them love school and love learning, where they become lifters and not leaners in the world. Because every man who lifts feels better than the man who leans. If there's prejudice or whatever, and I say to our children, that's that person's problem. When you become part of the problem, then you're a problem too. You must all be universal so that you can function any place, not just here in your neighborhood, but as citizens like Socrates, as citizens of the what? World. Of the world.
I can't afford sleeves.
I've always been of the opinion of like, how much of myself do I have to lose to fit in? For some, like how often do I have to tap dance to do the thing to make somebody else feel good about my just existence.
Making it means assimilating upwards into whiteness. And so that's why Black excellence is a farce, because it's all about how can we become more white adjacent, because we'll never be white.
We need to reimagine what the concept of Black excellence is, and just waking up, taking care of your children, or just taking care of your day-to-day chores that you have as an adult. Like, just
it's
like
enough.
all of that is tough by itself. How often do we talk about how ghetto life is, and how it's giving like, oh, I had no idea that it was all like, it's a lot. And I think that we need to give ourselves more grace, and we need to kind of reimagine and think about what we deem as excellent and Black excellence.
It is a moral problem. Our hope is then to get released in America the moral principles and techniques of Jesus Christ. He has the answer.
Hello and welcome to tonight's episode of Cutting Through the Culture. I am Chad O. Jackson, and tonight we're going to be covering part 2 of our conversation over Black excellence. Of course, you see the title. There is no such thing as Black excellence part 2. And, you know, we're going to subtitle this show, Does Black Culture Have the Ability to Discern, or to look at things in its proper context? That, of course, is influenced by Blanch's suggestion. And so we're going to get into it tonight. I want to bring up, first and foremost, Miss Quisha King. How are you today, Miss Quisha? Whoops, hold on. Hold on 1 second, Quisha. Let me add you to the stream. That's weird. All right, let me do this. Let me do it this way. I might have to bring all y'all up at the same time. Yep. How are you, Quisha?
I am good. I'm good. Hello, everyone. Yeah, so why don't we try to, I wish those 3 guys on that discerning panel, the surface panel, I wish they could discern that they are not women. Like, their ultra feminine like ways is rather disturbing to me. And yeah, I wish that they would not be so feminine, because it's really irritating, because you're not women. Okay, pumpkins?
Now, Quisha, that's hate speech.
It's the truth. I don't care, but it's the truth. I the one in the middle with the flipping of the hair, you know, that's what we do. And so I don't know if this, let me help you. Let me bless you with this. Stop trying to flip your hair. Stop trying to be a woman. You're not a woman. You will never be a woman. And I am offended that you would have the audacity to do what women do and put yourself in woman face and try to appropriate womanhood. You're not a woman.
Next up, we have Mr. Chuck Littleton. Chuck, what do you make of this language that they use, that the Marxian left use, to reimagine everything? They always use this word reimagine. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know. Maybe it's the influence of the postmodern left. When it came to, literary critics like Michel Foucault. I don't know. It's almost like they are trying to cast spells in a way, by trying to, I don't know, use language to try and, I don't know, sort of change reality. I guess it reminds me of this old bit, and I know many people have seen it. It's from one of George Carlin's stand-up acts, where George Carlin is like, even though George Carlin was an uber leftist or liberal, at least himself, like many entertainers, but he had this bit where he was going in on political correctness. It was so funny. I know some of you have probably seen it, but I don't know. It's like this weird, and I think that from there, I think it also bleeds into just the esoteric and Gnostic tradition of the Marxian left, and how they sort of try and use almost magic, and I don't mean that in a figurative way, quite literally. Whether the lower tier, the neophytes of the left, perhaps they don't quite understand it, but the adepts, the masters, so-called, of the faith, they surely understand what they're doing when they do this. It's funny that you talked about the wording the words and stuff that they use, Chad, because we used that montage last week as well. And this time I was paying a little bit more attention. It's different when you listen to it a second time. You kind of hear, more details. And I was just writing some of these things down. Like when he talked about the one guy about wearing bonnets in public, he says, as if this is going to deal with the totality of the system. Even if you just take certain phrases like that and you extract them and you just read them and, you just ask yourself the totality of the system. Well, what does that mean? Or even things like, that Black excellence is about being focused on capitalism. The one guy said that we are non-binary in a white room. I'm like, what is a white room? I'm like, is it white? Because the room wasn't white. What does he mean by the room is white? You have four men who are expressing different aspects of masculinity in a white room. Words like female presenting. What is female presenting? The one woman, our friend Diane in the chat, God bless him, man of integrity, because that is his old buddy. And so he's trying to kind of say, hey guys, here's what's going on here. But she says inherently worthy. I'm like, inherently worthy of what? I mean, what does that even mean, to be inherently worthy? And correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, does she want people like Rihanna to give her money away? Is that what Blanch is shaking his head? Yes, it's like, yes, these folks with this wealth and property redistribution, I guess they want successful Blacks to, I guess, give their earnings away for the sake of not allowing the least of us, to quote the man with the dreadlocks, to fall by the wayside. I don't know. Assimilating upward into whiteness. I like that one too. And I was like, Quisha, I'm wondering who these three gay men that were sitting at the table. I just wondered, Chad, maybe what was that? What kind of function was that? Who's sitting there listening to these guys? What was that? I don't know. But yeah, there's a lot, man. And I'm always nervous when we kind of do these things, especially now with us having a part two. I'm like, we didn't say enough the first time. I guess not. So I don't really know how much more I have to add to this. I know Chad says he got some new clips, so I'm trying to do the best I can to add some more information, because I thought we nailed it last time, but apparently not. So we're gonna tackle it again. And I know Chad has some new clips. And thank you for everybody out there supporting my YouTube channel. I just crossed over, and I now have 1,000 subscribers thanks to you guys. So appreciate it.
We need an applause button.
No, it's not. It's not new clips. It's I'll get into why later. But last we have Blanch. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing well. Doing well. Those gentlemen you saw at the table, that was at a butt plug convention. They were talking about the quality of the product, and then they got talking about politics. They got back to the politics, yeah.
So this Black excellence thing, why do you think we needed a part two on this?
Because I don't think that Black folks understand how idiotic the term is. I mean, you said it, like, show me something that Black people do that nobody else does. And so how is it excellent for Black people, but not for everybody else? And so to me, it just goes into all of this Black greatness, Black gods, kings and queens, just this whole, Chuck mentioned it, the Gnostic, esoteric, we're better, we're superior, we're supreme. I did a video this week where everybody got mad at the white girl because she said that her race was superior. But I put in a clip what she was talking about. And when she was talking about superior, she used the wrong word. But what she was saying was that we have been basically over black people. And she said it hasn't been good for black people. In context, is what she was saying in context. But, you know, black people are now under mind control to where if you use certain trigger words, they just snap and go into hypnosis. You can say systemic racism, you can say Trump, you can say master bedroom, you can say superior, you know, you can say these terms, and these are trigger words for black folks at this point, and they go into this emotional state of hypnosis. But I just think that these terms like black excellence are dangerous because what you really see is, even in the term black excellence, black people don't even accept that. So now you make black excellence something that means we got to get rid of capitalism. How does black excellence turn into we got to get rid of people being entrepreneurs, people being successful, people giving their all and succeeding? How does black excellence turn into the quote unquote bottom rungs of black folks wanting to get rid of the people at the top? So to me, it just exposes the confusion and just utter ignorance in, I really would say, black culture, because people vary from person to person, but black culture to me is the culprit.
Yeah, I agree. I'm sorry, I was trying to figure out where that mic noise was coming from. Is that you, Quisha or Chuck?
I know.
I don't know.
Sounds like somebody is like tapping on the mic like that.
Oh, sorry, that might have been me.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, Chad, do you mind? Chad, do you mind real quick if I plug the show I did yesterday with Sub-Zero? Do you mind?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I did a talk yesterday with another YouTuber, Angel Wing. She probably knows the link to his YouTube channel. I think it's like Sub-Zero 33669 live or something like that. But we did a conversation yesterday on it kind of relates to what we're talking about here. That's why I thought of it. We did a conversation. The theme was, did the West civilize Africa? Great conversation I had with the gentleman. So go to Sub-Zero's YouTube channel and, check out that conversation I had on did the West civilize Africa. It's a real good talk.
Okay. So let's see here. I want to do some super chats. Shout out to Jahan for the super sticker. Really appreciate your support of the show. We also have one from Ash G. This is a super chat that says, may God bless every word of truth spoken today.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, and really appreciate your support of the show. Also have one from Sneakerhead, no comment. And then last we have one from Virgil Walker.
Super
He says the term black excellence exposes the social idolatry of those who use the term. Keep knocking it out of the park, fam. You are putting in the work. I'm sorry. So that black against that yellow is doing terrible things with my eyes, so that's why I'm struggling to read that. But
we get it. It's racial. It's racial idolatry. It's racial. He said it's supposed to be racial idolatry.
Oh, racial idolatry. Yeah. Okay. What did I say?
Yeah, we know you can't read that well. Listen, we know. Trust me.
No. What did I say?
You're black.
You said social.
Oh, social. My bad. See, I wish y'all could see what I'm seeing. All I see. Oh, I'm not even gonna go. All right, let's see.
Yeah, get the surgery, man. Get the surgery.
I need to stop tripping and get the surgery. And then we got one from Rick Hampstead. Says God bless. Thank you, Rick. Always coming through. Really appreciate that. And then okay. So yeah, the reason I wanted to go live with this particular topic tonight again is because I posted a reel from the show after it aired last Sunday. And a lot of black folks got into the comment section and was basically trying to rip me apart, saying that, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You're a coon. You're an Uncle Tom. You're a sellout, this, that, and the other. And there were a lot of them that got what I was saying, that agreed with what I was saying, but still there were a lot of them, probably an equal amount of those who agreed, who disagreed. But what I noticed, as far as like a reoccurring thing from the dissenting comments that were coming through, is this kind of refusal to look at the totality of what it is I was saying in the clip or what we were saying in the show. This kind of being hell bent on believing a lie or believing a narrative. Like nobody wants to give anyone the benefit of the doubt. And for me, it's like the reason why in the opening montage we show you every spectrum of opinions on who these people are and what this certain subsect think black excellence is because we want to not tear down a straw man. We want to face what you are saying black excellence is and deal with that argument on its face and in its substance. So that's what it is we're doing. But the fact of the matter is, when it comes to black culture, they're not willing to return that same kind of favor. You know what I mean? So it's not a good faith conversation. And it goes back to this thing that Blanch always talks about, which is discernment and context. So, speak a little bit about that, Blanch. What are your thoughts on that? I don't know if you read some of those comments or what, but I hope to get into some of them today.
Yeah. So basically, like when you put the video up, people are attacking what they believe your intent is behind the video. They're not actually understanding what you're saying because they're focused on you're saying this to quote unquote tear down black people. They're not looking at the nuance and to say that even if you put something in front of excellence, you automatically diminish it. So if you say brown excellence or black excellence or white excellence, you already put in a different category than excellent. Excellence is excellence. But all they hear is, oh, he's saying that black people haven't done anything that's worthy of praise. They're not looking at the actual, what you're saying is that even the term black excellence, it doesn't exist. It's just excellent or not excellent. And so I've come to find out over the past 3 years that I think the problem culturally is that black folks lack context because everything is so driven by emotion. It's so driven by how they feel about something to where you could be talking to them. Even when Quisha said, when she was going through what Booker T said, even when she was reading what he said, I just, put myself in the mind of the average black person. It was just going like this. It was just shooting over their head. They can't even conceptualize. They can't conceptualize a person that is a slave saying, oh, I benefited from what I learned in slavery. It's just the concept is so, even though it's true, the concept is so foreign. So to me, I put that back to the foundation of reading comprehension. When children learn how to comprehend in the 4th grade, that's when they start, measuring whether the child's going to be going to prison and all that stuff. Because they know if a person can't comprehend in the 4th grade, it's going to be a rough, road in life. And so I just think that most black people just don't get that comprehension context piece. And then black culture comes in and just exacerbates it. And so now we're having a conversation and the title says there's no such thing as black excellence. Just that title alone. All from that title right there triggers all emotion. They're gonna come on the show, forget what we're talking about. We sellouts, we coons, Uncle Ruckus, bootlickers, Uncle Toms. We got a whole 3 hours of show ahead of us, and they're not gonna listen to none of that. All they're gonna look at is there's no such thing as black excellence. It's almost like black folk conditioned to look at pop-up books. It doesn't pop up, they're not gonna read it. So it's where we are.
Oh man, it's sad that y'all know. I mean, I'm trying to. Here's where I think that most people have gotten this idea where they don't have the ability to think through these things. It's the schools. It's the public schools. They have been indoctrinated in a way that does not foster critical thinking. It doesn't teach you to do that. It only teaches you to look to the expert to get all of what is supposed to be right or wrong. That's what the public school systems are doing. So when we are encountering these people on our Instagrams, on our Twitter, whatever, I mean, for those of us who have managed to escape the public school system and have, a bit of public speaking. Public speaking, a bit of critical thinking in public school through the public school system. You've managed to escape it. You're looking back at these people, and it's just it's hard to believe that people can be so stupid. There's no other way to say it. It's just like, God, my God, how stupid can you be? And I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm just saying, like stupid is a real term. Like just ignorant. You're just not
Just ignorant.
It's just ignorant. I mean, I was reading some of the comments, and I'm just like, I don't even need to know all of the context for the comments. I just know that what I'm seeing, there's no way possible that you could have saw everything that we were talking about, saw the clips that Chad posted, and come out with these comments. I don't even know, how do you even respond to that? I don't even know how you respond to some of these things because they are so ignorant. It's just so ignorant. And it's sad that, that unfortunately so many Black people, I mean, you see it with white folks too. Just chanting these, it's like Blackness stuff. I mean, it's for them, I think that they just do it because they are trying to show some type of virtue signal. But for the Black people that do it, unfortunately, they actually really believe it.
Yeah.
They really do believe what is being presented before them, and they're not critically thinking about anything. Blackness comes before everything, and that is just not a way that you can live your life in truth. It's just, you can't live your life that way.
Right.
So it's sad.
Hold on, Chad. I have
Go
one
ahead.
example of the context thing.
Yeah.
So somebody on Instagram said, y'all talk down, not uplift 80% of the time. And I'm like, the title of the show is called Cutting Through the Culture. So the purpose of the show is to cut through the culture.
Right.
The purpose of it is to expose it. So it's not going to sound pretty if we're exposing things people thought. But again, this is context. So imagine somebody coming to this show hoping to sit down and hear us just praise Blackness. It's insanity to me.
And the whole concept of Black excellence, I guess that's an example of someone trying to uplift Black folk by trying to preference excellence in such a way to make it to where it is something unique and distinct when dealing with Black people. Another thing that Chad folks were criticizing Chad for, this is another thing that I heard, was well, you don't understand, the reason why Black folks feel the need to be expressive with their achievements is because Blacks have historically been told that they will never measure up, that they aren't good enough, that they aren't this, that they aren't that. And again, these folks actually think that they're justified in this, because they actually think that what they're saying is, it's not like they're being pragmatic in that they're using a kind of rhetorical tool to play a sort of a collective psychological game on Black folks to try and uplift them unbeknownst to them. They actually think that, they are speaking truth to power, as they would say, given the fact, again, that Blacks have been historically oppressed and put down in this country. And so they have the right, quite frankly, to be outlandish and expressive on the one hand. And of course, like we talked about prior, that there are all sorts of attitudes about this whole concept of Black excellence in the first place, and that's within the whole bliggity Black circle. So yeah, the person who made that comment on Instagram, what exactly do you expect us to do? And why is it that anyone who actually wants to make something of themselves, why is it that they need for, random folks on social media to actually uplift them in the first place? What is that?
Pathetic.
What is that about? again, and then this is why you have the problems that some, a lot of the problems that you have is because of this mindset, this whole attitude that blacks as a whole need to be catered to and placated in such a way, again, because of some perceived historical slight. It's quite absurd, quite frankly, and to use Blanch's word that he likes to use, I find it quite disgusting, to be honest with you. You know what you are. You know what you ought to do and what you should be doing. And for the black folks out there, anybody for that matter, who aren't doing those things, they know exactly. I don't know, maybe they don't, but they should. And the solution is not. It's not hard. It's not hard at all. This isn't complicated. And somebody in the comment section brought up, and they put it in the super chat. Chad would probably read it at some point, but he talked about Paulo Freire. I always have trouble pronouncing his last name, but he was a Brazilian Marxist who a lot of folk, especially if you all follow the work of James Lindsay, he does a lot in the way of exposing Paulo Freire's influence on American education. There are two books in particular that Paulo Freire wrote that I am familiar with, and that is, of course, The Politics of Education and the Pedagogy of the Oppressed. There's one man, he was an American Marxist or educational enthusiast or scholar or whatever, who James Lindsay refers to as Paulo Freire's evangelist. He is the man who brought Paulo Freire's work to the United States, but I can't think of his name off the top of my head right now. But yeah, that's an interesting thing to kind of dive into if you're interested, as far as the American educational system and what actually happened to it. It's not solely Paulo Freire, but he had a lot to do with the further degradation of the American educational system once his work reached the United States. And Paulo Freire and there's the other gentleman, I'm forgetting his first name, but the man, one of the Catholic theologians who was a mentor to Klaus Schwab, all of them are kind of mixed into this little circle of Marxists down there in Latin America. But I digress.
Are you talking about oh gosh, of course, now I just forgot his name. The guy, like what they call the father of the public school system, that guy?
Well, that's Paulo Freire. When you say the father of education, are you talking about Paulo Freire, or are you talking about the guy who I made mention of, who is said to be a mentor of sorts to Klaus Schwab?
No, not that guy. The
Paulo
second
Freire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Paulo Freire. Yeah, he's the guy who they say.
Well, yeah, there's Horseman, and then there's oh gosh, I'm forgetting. Chad, who's the father? They call him the father of the
Dewey.
Dewey, yes.
Okay. So when you said the father of education, that's what I was thinking of Dewey. But no, Paulo his work would become popular a lot later than Dewey. Because Dewey goes way back to the heyday of the progressive era.
You know what is funny? So when I started studying this stuff, I think that when you look at the Prussian, school model, you guys know about the, how the public education system came into America. It was imported from Prussia. It was a model that they used over there. And I really, if you look at how it was set up, like, you can map communism on top of that model. It is a total state worship system. And I think that the John Deweys, the Paulo Freire, all of those, the Hegel, all these people, I think that they looked at that. I know it came later, but I feel like, I don't know why. It's like I don't have documentation to prove this, but I just instinctively, I feel like there was some level of looking back to that, because it is so communistic. It is so, you know what I mean? It is. It's a direct mapping of a communist system. It is literally telling you to dumb down the kids. have them be minions of the state. We're going to train them so they can just be workers. There is no entrepreneurship in how the American public schooling system was created. There's nothing for them to be entrepreneurial. There's nothing for them to be innovative. There's nothing for them to be critically thinking. They literally try to dumb all that down. And so I don't know. I just feel like, even though I haven't seen documentation of them mentioning the Prussia schooling model, you just see like these little kind of connections of people, oh gosh, I feel like everybody's name is escaping me. Johann Finkta, his ideas and stuff. Like, I feel like you see these little connections. They don't mention them having a connection, but you just see them kind of in the same circles. And so I feel like, I don't know, you some kind of way.
Yeah. I mean, you're right, more so than you realize. Of course, the Soviets would take John Dewey's work and translate a lot of his early work into Russian, and they used John Dewey's educational model as the model or the method of the Soviet school system as point of fact. And of course, John Dewey would visit there and whatever, but he would run afoul with the pro-Stalinist left because of the ramification of the Dewey Commission. But anyway, I don't want to get, because we on Black excellence. But again, I just thought I'd mention.
Yeah, I was about to say. So I did want to get back to,
because somebody put it in the chat, so I just brought him up. But that's just
yeah. So getting back to the matter at hand. So I did want to share because we mentioned in the spirit of context and just not being able to comprehend, and it goes back to what Chuck and Quisha was just talking about in a roundabout way, education and so on. I feel that there is nobody who is, poor education doesn't discriminate.
Right.
Black kids get it just as bad as white kids, just as bad as anyone else. And this is why parenting matters. This is why, teaching your children to discern, to have foresight. Like, this is why wisdom and teaching your kids wisdom matters, because nobody is free from it. If you are completely, if you're completely gone to the education system. Candace Owens makes a point where she says that if you have a 4.0 in a American public school system, then you are actively learning everything wrong. You're actively learning your teacher, your history wrong. You're actively learning pretty much everything wrong. With the exception of, there's still some hope with regard to math and other such subjects, but even math, they're trying to liberalize, if you will. But I wanted to give an example of even white folks in the comment section just completely missing the point. So this one, I don't know if you all can see it. Let me see if I can pull it up here. The print's kind of small. You say you can?
Yeah, we can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the main comment here is, it's not Black excellence, but it is Blacks truly acting like their, let's see here.
Belief systems.
Let me blow that up a little bit on my end. But it is Blacks acting like their belief system. But it is Blacks truly acting like their belief systems. Those internal systems that says you're nothing because you're Black. You're oppressed and everyone hates you because deep inside they're jealous of you, because even though you were a slave, you come from royalty.
Oh, Lord.
She of course is speaking sarcastically. Now that you have a degree or a highly regarded position, you proved your excellency, and the fact that anyone can do it is doing it and always has, doesn't matter. This is the mind of a crazy person, and it must be exhausting.
Gotcha.
To which, let's see here, this white person right here, OK Ratron 5000 says, your ancestors were not royalty. They were hunter-gatherers and poor, impoverished, disease-ridden peasants who were captured and sold into slavery by other Blacks who were in a position of authority and power because of the slave trade. Northern Africa was ruled by the Aryans and their descendants. And then this other person further down the line says, hold on if I can. I don't know why my computer's tripping. I guess the bottom part's cut off, but it says, except all people have experienced slavery and hate and jealousy and come from some royalty in history. You are just something. They said you are just like everybody else or something like that. So basically they're accusing this original commenter of being like everybody else because they refuse to read it in its context. They refuse to see the sarcasm and what it is she's saying.
Right.
The very last sentence tells you that it's sarcasm when she says, this is the mind of a crazy person, and it must be exhausted. And so again, white, black, doesn't matter. This thing that, people have where they don't know how to, again, comprehend things in its proper context is, I think, an epidemic that is a result of our education system.
Somebody said, another comment, the person again said, ain't none of y'all in tune with Black culture. That's why y'all will never reach the true people that need this message.
So the true people who need the message are the people who are actually ready to hear it, genius. So, as I said before, prior to all four of us up here, I don't know who the person that made that comment, what exactly qualifies them to determine that we are, in fact, unqualified to speak about these matters because we aren't necessarily in tune with the so-called Black community. Bro, you got some nerve, male or female, whomever you are, because you don't know anything about the personal lives of either one of us to even make such an asinine statement. As if I have to prove my Blackness to you, you can go F yourself. How's that? And if you come around my way talking that, again, I got some cats around the way who don't give two what's about none of this stuff that we up here talking about. And all they want to know is, Chuck, if you got a problem, give me a call. So what I'm trying to get folks like you to understand is I don't have to prove my hood bona fides or my Black bona fides to anybody because I'm here trying to make a difference because I am fixated on doing what's right. Leave all of that foolishness in the past. Black culture, leave Black culture in the past where it rightfully belongs. You need to repent, sir or ma'am.
I have the goons as well. On call. Okay, so
I have no goons. I just have the Holy Spirit.
Because see,
I got both. I have both.
This is the kind of stuff that these people.
We try to keep them at bay.
Because this is the type of stuff that these people are talking about, as if they know either one of us in that way. You understand what I'm saying? And then they force Quisha or I or Blanch, somebody, to have to speak like that to them because that's what it actually means to be on their level, to sort of have a kind of connection with them in such a way to where the folks are actually going to listen en masse. But the reality is that the mass of Black folks aren't going to listen anyway, because this is not for the mass of Black. This is not what this is about. But I don't expect a fool like that to even have the insight to understand what is actually taking place up here because this is going over their heads.
He said he's from the east side. He bought that.
Okay, I know. And then see when it comes to that, because see folks that are in his on his sort of vibrational plane, as they like to say, see that's what all that kind of stuff means, right, to them. Because when they hear stuff like this, since they can't step up to the plate, right, and meet the challenge intellectually, that's when it turns into something else. And therein lies the problem. You understand what I'm saying? Because these are the same guys who will be tough on the street, but they act like broads when they get up in here because intellectually they're not up to snuff. Because like my homeboy Blanch said, they too busy reading pop-up books.
And you know what is so funny?
Don't get soft now. Don't start retreating now.
No, none of these people are actually about that in real life. This is all internet talk because as a single parent, as a single mother, trust and believe, I'm always prepared. Okay. And so whenever I see people coming my way, I don't care, you might know me from TV or whatever. I'm always, just kind of on ready. First of all, kind of how I grew up, just living in New York and being around, just having to be. And then now this as a single mother. So, a lot of these people, they are not about that. They're not trying to, this is the only way for them to assert some type of, I guarantee you, I would almost put money on it that that's a guy. And
It's a guy.
Exactly, because he's trying to assert a level of manhood that he doesn't really have in real life. And the internet is the only place that he can pretend to have that, because when we see you, when women see you in real life, we know what's up.
I know Chad has to go back to his thing, but let me just say, let me be clear, and I don't mean any ill will toward the person that made that kind of, in all seriousness. Because I love my life, I cherish my life, and let's not get beside ourselves on these internet streets by talking sideways to one another. So maybe I should apologize, and I am. But let me just say, in all seriousness, that the reason why this upsets me so much when I hear things like that is because folk do not know exactly what it is that I or Quisha or Blanch or Chad have been through, in our personal lives. And to say such a thing is such an insult, because again, what exactly makes me a black, in fact, or black in such a way to where I can connect with the people, to use their terms, that I am actually trying to reach? What does that mean? Do I have to, do I need to grow up in a certain area? Should I have had a certain amount of fights, or been in a certain amount of shootouts, or attended a certain amount of predominantly black schools? Do I need a certain prerequisite amount of baby mamas or kids out of wedlock? What exactly does that mean to be black, really, in a way that would satisfy that person's qualifications? Again, that's the stuff that really, really angers me, because I've seen the perils of black culture and the death and destruction and damnation firsthand that it causes. And it just really vexes me to see how so many black folks sort of hang on to that as some kind of badge, or some way of, a badge of honor. It's very, very, very troubling, very troubling. But that's black excellence.
He apologized.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
We good, brother. We good, brother. That's respect. Respect.
Well,
sorry, Chad.
No, I'm about to open up the wound again. I'm just playing. So is this a comment that you were referring to earlier, Blanch?
No, I didn't read this.
This one says, they are celebrating something that you wouldn't understand. Oh, really? Okay. You have tied your ship to capitalism and appeasement. They are celebrating the struggle. I know oppression means nothing to you, but consider this: when Jews bring up the Holocaust, or when poor whites bring up the struggle, or when Americans bring up the genocide, or when Indians bring up the caste systems, they spell caste wrong, but I digress, or Taiwanese people bring up China's chokehold, many people struggle under oppressive systems of government. Some turn a blind eye to those oppressed. They pull themselves up by their bootstraps, and you still ain't happy. Like, what are you even talking about?
What are you talking about?
So let me get this straight. So many people struggle under oppressive systems of government. So let's give the government more power. Let's give them more of our rights, because that is exactly what this person is saying. We're struggling under these oppressive governmental systems, but the only thing that can get you away from that is less government. It is more self-responsibility. It is more taking self-accountability, keeping the government at bay. But the moment that is exactly what we're trying to tell you, and you're rejecting that. So you're complaining about that government system at the same time wanting more of that same system. You don't even know what you're talking about. Like, that is literally exactly what we're saying. Don't be so dependent on the government. Yes, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Go make something of yourself. Go find a skill. Go be innovative. Go and critically think. Go and detach yourself from all of these institutions that have brainwashed you. But every single week we come on and we're telling you to do that, and you reject it. So you either don't know what you're talking about, or you want the very system that you're claiming to hate. If that's the case, that's insanity. You have a psychological problem. That is you're in a delusion, ma'am or sir.
But listen to what they said, though. They said
I heard it.
They first, yeah, Chuck, you already know where I'm about to go. I'll let you take it. Go ahead.
You see what they said? They told you. Well, this is where I'm going with it. Me and Chad, we share the same brain a lot of times. But anyway, yeah, it said you tied your ship to capitalism.
Yep.
And then they go. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. Even though, of course, this is the advanced class here, so we all know that capitalism is the only economic system, quote unquote, that even allows for the kind of freedom that would give a person the opportunity to avoid this sort of tyranny that he goes on to explain when he brings up the caste system in India. Like I said, Chad said he misspells it. He forgot to put the E on the end. And then you got the Armenian genocide, the Jewish Holocaust, Chinese communism, and their imperial efforts in the South Pacific. It's like, wow. So wait a minute. So blacks living in a free market economy, still largely, even though, yes, we know the government, socialist largesse is out of control, but yet still, there's still enough of a free market in the United States to where, we still can enjoy a great deal of freedom here. But he sort of compares blacks under capitalism to all of these other, the Armenian genocide and the Taiwanese dealing with the imperial Chinese in that part of the world. Again, this moral equivalence between the two. It's just first of all, this person is barely coherent because they have a poor command of the English language. But I digress. They are morally incoherent, quite frankly. I don't know. Getting ready to point out?
No,
Chad?
that's what that's where I was going with it, because it's like, okay, you're saying they celebrate the struggle, and you're insinuating that on the other side of that struggle was some kind of achievement. Well, if you're decrying me because I have I have hinged myself to capitalism, then what has these other people who have achieved in spite of the struggle? Like, what did they hinge themselves to? Like, seriously. I mean, when you look at that music video that we played last week with Tyrese and Rick Ross and Trina, that Nightmare of a Circus, like when you look at that and you listen to I was trying to find the lyrics, but I couldn't find them on the internet. But I do remember vaguely what they were saying. And then to the imagery that was showing on the screen as they were spitting their bars, so to speak. So anyway, as they were talking about, what Black excellence is, they're talking about, this is an exclusive event, $10,000 seats, like, you know what I mean? So it's like everything that they're saying is the kind of upper echelon, kind of bourgeois image of, high order society. And like, when you look at that as a Black person who believes in Black excellence, and you look at someone like me who is saying, like, okay, excellence is excellence is excellence. Whenever you attach a color to it, you are cheapening it. Why would you accuse me of being a capitalist shill, but not accuse a very person like a Rick Ross, like a Trina, like a Tyrese, all these people who are literally bragging about their material possession and how they were able to obtain all this material possession through whatever means that they're telling you they did it. So it's like, this is a person who's actually, being a show off and doing all the things. Here I am living a simple, meager lifestyle, who is telling you, like, just be excellent for excellence sake. But I'm the capitalist shill. Like, how does this, make this math for me real quick? I mean, what am I missing, panel?
Sorry, it ain't gonna math because it doesn't make any sense. The math is never going to make any sense because you're like dealing with people that have psychological, like
But here's the
clinical
thing, though. Here's the thing,
psychological
Keisha.
problems.
Here's the thing, Keisha. Though, like, okay, so like these are the people who bump Rick Ross. You know what I mean? Like they listen to him on Spotify. They go to his concerts. Like they are the ones who have made people like Rick Ross and Trina wealthy people. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But I'm the capitalist shill. This, you know, a guy who lives a simple life, have kids that, you know, we homeschool, we go to church on Sundays. Like, you know, we're the capitalist shills. I don't make Rick Ross money. I don't, you know what I mean? So it's like, how are you decrying me as somebody who's hitched myself to capitalism, but yet you love Rick Ross and you love to bump him? Same thing with what's his name?
Here's a challenge.
Boozy. Same thing with Boozy. Like
Chad,
Boozy, every time I see him on IG,
Don't start
like
rapping, Chad.
yeah, he's pulling hundreds of dollars out of his pockets. Like he's bragging about his money. He's like, I'm not hating on him for that. I'm just saying, like, the way that Black folks celebrate success, from what I've seen on TikTok and other things, is different than the way other cultures celebrate their success. And it's like, for me, like what I'm talking against is you calling the things that you've done in terms of graduating from school, in terms of getting a medical license, in terms of, you know what I mean, doing the things that other people from other ethnic groups, like you're saying that these are exclusively Black excellent things. And that's what I'm decrying. That's what I'm saying. Like, no, like you've achieved things that other cultures and other ethnic groups have achieved. So it's not exclusively Black. It's not Black excellence to have achieved those things. Like, let's not get it twisted. But that doesn't mean that I'm hating on your success. I'm just saying, why do Black people got to go all out when it comes to these kinds of things? Like, why can't you just be normal? Is my point.
Chad, I would love if you would just put in the comments, what does capitalism mean?
There you go. I was gonna say that, Keisha.
They don't know. They don't know what capitalism even means.
They don't.
Just ask them. Okay, well, what does capitalism mean? Because I mean, you know, and I guarantee you, they're not even going to say anything, or they're going to. They probably won't say anything because they're going to go look it up and be like, "Oh, I like."
They're gonna do a copy and paste definition and act like they said something.
Yeah. It's simply, I mean, when you talk about capitalism, I mean, somebody has to claim ownership for your time without getting too complicated about it. It's just funny to me, these folks, you know, they don't realize that, you know, you're either talking about a, you know, market economy versus a planned economy. If you don't have a capitalist system, then you have a state-run economic system, which is the very definition of oppressive and tyrannical. But some way, somehow, capitalism is what gets a bad rap, you know, because I guess it produces too much inequality because not everyone can win, I guess. But who knows, what do these people, like the lady like Diane's friend with the short haircut, like the gentleman with the braids and all those other folks in the montage, Alicia? I mean, I don't know. I mean, where do they think this wealth is generated? Where do they think it comes from? The wealth that the wealth that the state confiscates and redistributes. Who do they think provides it? Where do they think this stuff come from? Like it just grows on trees.
Rihanna, like the girls.
well, that's what they believe. They believe that when Blacks achieve, it's because whites allowed them. So they don't believe that Black folks actually earn their position when they achieve in life. They don't. They believe that they were allowed to step into the front door, sit at the foot of one of the white people at the table. Somebody on here says redlining says free market to who? So I guess that's he's talking about capitalism, free market, and he's bringing up redlining. And again, these terms are just emotional terms. They're not, like, folks don't even know about capitalism, redlining, because they can't even provide you with statistics. And I challenge anyone, show me during the height of redlining how many folks that were Black bought a home. Has anybody ever looked at how many Black folks bought a home during the quote unquote height of redlining? They don't even look at it. They will be shocked to find that the Black home ownership was going up during redlining. How is that possible?
Do you know what? You know what is so evident in these comments? They are the ones who actually believe in white supremacy.
They do.
because I do not think that anybody, because of their skin color, is just automatically better than me. I just don't, because I know that's not true. Like, I could give a flip with white people. Like, I just don't care. I don't worry about, I'm not living my life worrying about, like, oh, what are white people thinking today? But these people in these comments, and the people that have a problem with what we talk about, this is what they base their lives on. What are white people doing today? That's a good show title. What the heck are white people up to today? You know, and these people, they are the ones who believe that white people are doing something other than what everybody else is doing, getting up in the morning and going to work and ain't thinking about you. You know, they're not concerned. You have let these institutions put into your mind that white people get up every morning and think about, how can I destroy a black person today?
How can I? I know I work at Walmart. I know I work at Walmart, but how can I devise this plot?
them wide nose breathing up all the white man's air.
Right. Even when we saw like black owned banks, because there were black owned banks at the time. I mean, you know, these are the same similar lending practices as some of the other banks. I mean, you know, anyway, I know this is not about redlining, but redlining is one of those things that, you know, folks just sort of throw out there as a, hey, well, look at this. This is an example. And then, of course, but when you're talking about the capital investment market, as like, you know, Chad is almost like a private property free market absolutist when it comes to a person's right to discriminate. And so what exactly does redlining have to, and I'm not asking a question, but this is rhetorical, obviously, because the point is not to get into a one-on-one conversation with a random person on Instagram, but what exactly does redlining have to do with the value of one's property? Like Chad, I think Chad asked the question once upon a time was what actually prevents a person, a black person in particular, from taking care of what they have, as a matter of fact. Anyway, I think a lot of people don't really understand what redlining was and what it entailed, and how what led, in fact, to the housing market crash of 2008 was the policies that was put in place to so-called correct the discriminatory lending practices. All that did was lead to the housing crash, because people were then issued mortgages who did not deserve them. What you saw with that was social engineering on behalf of the federal government to try and do away with what they perceived as discrimination in the housing market. The only reason why there was discrimination in the housing market is because investors did not see blacks more, you know, when you're talking about averages, when you're looking at the statistics and what have you, many blacks were not, did not have the necessary income and were not credit worthy enough to be extended credit. And what these folks did is they looked at the outcomes and determined that there was, in fact, evidence of discrimination, considering the fact that there wasn't perfect parity within the outcome distribution, because there was too much asymmetry in home ownership, so they thought. So this is what happened when the government got involved in the lending market. Let the lending market take care of itself, and everything will balance out and work its way out the way it's supposed to. Let the people who are experts in finance do the finance.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of folks don't understand what actually took place. And when you look at in a document, say, for example, like the Kerner report, which detailed how from 1948 to 1968, you saw the biggest boom in wealth almost within any collection of folk, in the world. And then, you know, of course, because the goal of the Kerner report was to try and figure out, well, why, in fact, was there so much outrage and an outbreak and all this violence and riots in the 1960s, given the fact that blacks had made great strides in just those 2 decades. And then they came up with some bogus cockamamie explanation to talk about systemic oppression, this kind of unseen racism that had went underground, you see. And that was pretty much the abstract, the conclusion of the Kerner report, was that racism, of course, had somehow went covert. And then, you know, now we are dealing with the tyranny of the expert class and these anti-racists and whatnot.
So I have a definition of capitalism from one of the people on here that's not taking too kindly to what you're saying, but he says capitalism is to capitalize on the meek, eager, ignorant, or uneducated in order to build capital.
You can't use the word in the definition, sir. You were public school educated, I guarantee. What public school did you go to? Just lay it on the line. Just tell it.
Capitalist is to capitalize. You get your goofy tail out of here.
You capitalize like you a capitalist. I'm a capitalist.
What a mess.
Oh man, that doesn't even warrant a response, man. Because I don't want to get bogged down with that nonsense. Go ahead, Dad. That doesn't even merit a response.
No, I think this is good. Tell Blanche, ask him, tell him to go and try again. Like, give it another go. That wasn't it.
They want another example of capitalism, because what you have is to capitalize on the meek, eager, ignorant, or uneducated in order to build capital. So they're saying you basically you can't use the word to define the words. You got to go back and give it a real definition.
So hold on, Blanche. Let me ask you a question. Now, if you're trying to exploit the meek, the eager, the this and that, how in the world is a group of folks who have no human capital, no wherewithal, no skills within themselves to be of any service on the labor market, how can they build capital for you if they are in fact incapable of producing anything because they are so down and out and all of these things that person just claimed that they were? Because what speaks to the strength of an economy is also, the consumer and their buying potential, because the people that you employ are also the people who patronize your goods and services. So anyway, man, I'm not talking to that moron. Listen, dog, this is so beyond your comprehension. And you know what, man? Oh man,
this would be.
I'm gonna do you a favor, dog.
Like a Family Feud style, like the free market capitalists against the Marxists. Oh man,
Quisha, I'm sitting there trying to explain it to this, and I'm like, you know what? Why am I even doing this? This is beneath me. This is a man of my education. This is what I have to put up with. The man of my education. This is what I gotta put up with.
So I did want to get to this. I did want to get to this comment before we get into the movie, some more of the clips, because I did want to try to get it in under 2 hours so we can open it up for phone calls toward the end of the show. But this clip or this comment right here. So apparently we're dangerous for the quote unquote black community. Homegirl says, "Okay, so these are the black people we need to ignore. Black people, please celebrate yourselves. We are not concerned if anyone else achieved it. If you became the lawyer, doctor, whatever you have achieved, celebrate it and be proud. We have no time for negativity."
Oh gosh.
So again, I go back to the opening montage. Homeboy was saying, I'm in school to be a doctor. I'm, you know what I mean? I got a 3.7 GPA, this, that, and the other. He said, but I bet if I put my do-rag on, you'll think that I'm a criminal. You'll think that I'm a gangster, this, that, and the other. It's like, nobody's thinking about you like that. It's all in your head. It's all you. Mm-hmm. Like, when I see a person with a do-rag on, I think, okay, that's kind of weird to be wearing that in public. But beyond that, I'm not thinking about you. I'm going to forget about you in 5 seconds. I promise. And so too is white folks. Nobody's thinking about you like that. And so the fact that you saw it fit to set up your camera in the middle of the street, because it looks like you're in a public place, and you and your homeboys are all dancing in the background looking like some monkeys, and you have the music going in the background, you get home, you upload it to TikTok talking about this is black excellence, I can guarantee you for every person that's in school to be a medical doctor or what have you, most of them aren't doing that. It's only you. It's us doing this. And so again, I stand by what I said. When it comes to black excellence, you're celebrating things that other people are doing. And it's like, anyway, Blanche, go ahead.
No, I'm just reading these comments. This person's getting very upset. So I want you to call in later on to the show. But But yeah, again, back to the Black excellence thing. The young lady said, celebrate yourself. And to me, this falls in line with pride. Like, you're celebrating yourself for what? Like, if you set out to do something, like say I set out to be a doctor or a lawyer, I went to school to do it. What am I actually celebrating? Like, that was my intent and my goal to do it. I can understand if I win a championship, but if I set out to go to school and achieve, then what am I celebrating? And to me, it's just pride. It's just a way to justify having pride in quote unquote Blackness. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't be thankful or appreciative of your achievements, but this celebration of Blackness has gone beyond a person celebrating their achievements in life. They're going from, okay, it's Black excellence today, then you're a Black God tomorrow. Then God is Black, and then you did like it doesn't stop. So again, it's just pride, and then we come in here and say something, and we get called all these names, coons, morons, y'all accused of not knowing what Google is. And then, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna say that you cannot use a word to define a word. That we learned that in elementary school. Like, that's not nothing. That's something that's deep to come up with. Anyway.
Yeah, like her comment, it's nothing wrong with if we would not even be having this conversation if it was just like you amongst your group of friends who all graduated from medical school, or you just got your Juris Doctorate degree, or whatever you did that was, your cheers in and you're celebrating. Cool. That's not what's happening. Just like Blanche said, that's not what's happening. There is this hyper focus on doing like nothing. Like, it's not even, I don't even have a problem with people celebrating themselves, is when you start to put the Black thing on it. Like, okay, if you and your family want to go and celebrate for, maybe you're the first person to graduate, college or something in your family. But when it's like Black this and Black that, then yeah, now it's like, okay, because like Blanche said, then it comes into you're taking it to church, and it's like, we're Black queens and kings, and God, and why Jesus is Black, and it becomes something else. It becomes not even about the achievement. Now you're making it about Blackness. That is the problem from where I sit. It's not about people being happy that they have achieved something. Millions of people celebrate achievements every day. Clearly, that is not the problem. The problem comes in when you start to put all this blackety Black stuff on it. That is the problem. That is it.
But the one of the things that I did want to bring up, though, to keep everything fair and to treat this conversation in good faith, what I did see reoccurring in the comments from the video that I posted on IG are individuals saying that it is Black excellence because we have to struggle. We have to struggle to get where we are, and that struggling makes it harder for us to achieve than for white folks to achieve or other ethnicities to achieve. And so, looking at that, and like my first reaction was to dismiss it because it's the same old grievance story that we all hear. But then I got to thinking about it, and it's like, okay, what this comes down to is narrative. The fact of the matter is, a Black person in America can have achieved or can have experienced the same exact things that their white neighbor has experienced in life, in the way of struggle, in the way of turmoil, in the way of broken homes or dysfunctional homes, whatever the case may be. A Black person can experience the same exact things a white person has experienced, but they will think, because they're told to think this way, that their experience is unique to being a Black person in America. And so it's from that backdrop that if and when they do graduate from school, if and when they do get the medical license, if and when they do get the job, they see it as a achievement, or that's one in the books for Black culture, that's one in the book for Black excellence, because of the narrative that they tell themselves, which is essentially a lie. The fact of the matter is, as the comment pointed out earlier, everybody has struggled. They don't realize, they don't realize how much truth they're saying, or you know what I mean, because they're so contradictory in the way that they think. That comment earlier said that whites have to struggle Asians have to struggle. This person had to struggle. Jews have to struggle. They're admitting that everybody had to struggle. And so you're basically stealing my talking point. That's what I believe. That's what I say. That's what I preach. And so if we can agree that everybody had to struggle, then to the extent that you achieve something, there's nothing specifically special about one's skin color in the achievement of a thing. And that's the point that I feel like we made perfectly in the last episode, that we are again making perfectly right now. But again, I think what this comes down to is narrative and the stories that we tell ourselves. And so for those who were in the comment section or who are watching the show now, if you came to this show in good faith and you want to have an honest conversation, I think where we are kind of missing each other is the fact that you believe genuinely that your struggles are unique to your being Black in America. And here I am saying, no, it's not unique to being Black. Nobody in this world has it perfect. Nobody. I know you've been told that there's such a thing as white privilege and all this privilege, but the reality is you're not living a life that's any different than any other person. You're not experiencing anything that's unique to you specifically because of the color of your skin. If you can, I'm open to hearing it. I'm open to hearing how being Black in America is different than being white in America. And I'm also open to hearing how that white people don't suffer or have gone through the same things that you have gone through. If you're not white, if you don't have white friends, like how do you know that white people haven't suffered the same things that you suffered in life?
They don't know.
Like, let's start there. Let's start the conversation there. But Blanche, I'm going to give it to you from here. I did want to go through this Nat King Cole clip, just to give you guys I guess context of what happened with Nat King Cole. So Nat King Cole is much like these other artists like Sidney Poitier and others who came into success by the merit of their talent, by the merit of their skill. They didn't placate this whole Black thing. They didn't, use their grievance to get ahead. They were able to accomplish themselves because they had skill, because they had talent, because they had something substantive to bring to the table. Sidney Poitier and Nat King Cole didn't go through the gate that many of your Harlem Renaissance celebrities did to become famous. What a lot of these Harlem Renaissance celebrities did was they acquiesced to a kind of white progressive idea of what Blackness is, this kind of primitive, barbaric kind of, longing to be back in the African jungle kind of image. This is and I'm saying that not to be funny. I'm saying that because that's the language that they actually use. And I can, reference the books and everything where they use this kind of rhetoric. Sidney Poitier and people like Nat King Cole didn't go through that gate. They were basically gentlemen. They were basically excellent gentlemen. However, there was this long kind of attempt to get Nat King Cole to come on over to the dark side, so to speak. And he kept like, no, I'm just going to keep being Nat King Cole. Anyway, there was a setup in Alabama during a show that he had, I think it was in Birmingham, where 3 white gentlemen rushed the stage and they turned out to be Klansmen. And the police were able to stop them before they even got their hands on Nat King Cole. These white police officers, mind you, in Alabama, were able to stop the men from seriously attacking Nat King Cole. So it shook him up a little bit. His wife flew to Birmingham to meet with him. And this interview takes place on the tarmac there in Alabama. Now, after this whole thing went down, Roy Wilkins, who was the president of the NAACP at the time, wrote an open letter to Nat King Cole saying, see, this is why you need the protection of the NAACP. This is why you need to, understand that this system doesn't like you, that the system is racist against you, so on and so forth. Nat King Cole would ultimately cave and acquiesce, and he ended up taking a lifetime membership out with the NAACP and assisting with the March on Washington. So he was able to hold his own for a very long time until, this incident happened. But I did want to get your guys' reaction to this discussion. I'm going to hand it over to Blanche. I'm going to have to step away for a little bit, and then I'll be right back. Blanche, you should be able to control the video from. Hold on, let me bring it up on my end. So let's see here. I'm going to bring it up on my end so people can still see y'all on the screen while it's playing, because I think if you play it from the clips folder, you won't be able to see the panel while you guys are going through it. So let me see.
Is it the Nat clip?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to play it from here though. But
the reason those men attacked you was because of
now, Blanche, press play. I just want to see if you can control it.
Okay.
of a feeling against Negro.
Okay.
Say that,
All right. I'm going to step away.
Okay.
They say that the reason those men attacked you was because of a feeling against Negro music, so-called. Now, what do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, if that was the case, then I'm the wrong guy.
You're not rock and roll.
I don't think so. I think if you heard me before, I'm sure you wouldn't ask me that if you heard me before. I have been asked by a lot of people, why do I play to such great audiences? But you see, in my profession, I'm an entertainer, and I think in playing to all types of audiences, and particularly being a Negro performer, and you're having white as well as colored audiences, you're helping a lot to bring people together. And you just can't say if you just turn your back on it completely, because I have no jurisdiction over the law. Of course, I don't condone segregated audiences. I never have. But I can't, in my own voice, just walk out on the stage in any state and just say, I demand integration, because we have a Supreme Court and everything else trying to settle this issue. So I don't see why people expect for me to be more powerful than any law that we have in the land, because naturally I'm for it. Integrated audiences, and I hope that in the near future, with the public relation work that we're trying to do as entertainers, will help that.
Can I comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, this is why it is so important to have some level of entrepreneurship, because what he's saying is, I can't afford to be thinking about what people look like who are coming to give me money to see me perform. He's like, I want to offer my music to whoever wants to hear it. And that is why the free market system is so that is actually an anti-racist, system, because you can't afford to be thinking about, oh, let me be more catering to the way these people look, because if you just stay within that mindset, you're going to automatically reject a certain group of people. Now, I'm not saying that you can't have a market of people that your music or your products or whatever is geared towards. But if you're just constantly, if the race thing is your ultimate barometer of like who you're going to sell your product to, you're going to always miss a lot of people who might intersect with that you're not considering. And so that's why it costs to be racist as an entrepreneur. Mm-hmm. That's why the free market, Thomas Sowell talks about this a lot. If you're saying, I'm not going to hire this person, or I'm not going to sell to this person because of race, you're going to there's so many other characteristics about a person that would overlap regardless of race that you would be able to sell to. And so, the first thing that stuck out to me was that you can't afford to be racist if you're in business. You're going to automatically exclude people who might want to do business with you being of another color.
Right. And that's especially true, Quisha, as the morals and values of the collective begins to shift and begins to change. Because when you're talking about dealing with free-wheeling individuals, on a one-to-one basis, folks who have the ability, It's like the democracy in an economics sphere, to sort of borrow language from Ludwig von Mises, that you have to have a certain set of prerequisite values in order for the market economy to work. If racism, we deem it morally deplorable, well, then it would be a bad business model for any entrepreneur to openly profess their racism within a system where people have the freedom to choose, to quote Milton Friedman, as to whether or not they want to give you their patronage. And so you're absolutely right when you say that. I look at that clip with Nat King Cole, and of course, some of us may not have heard, I don't know all of the details surrounding it, but that the situation with Nat King Cole being attacked is just one of the things that you hear about a lot when folks bring up Nat King Cole. It's quite, and for me, I can't help but to think about the communist presence in the United States. I don't exactly know, what, went on there. I don't even know from an historical perspective if we ever got to the bottom of who those men were and what their goals were, and this, that, and what exactly were they trying to accomplish. But it reminds me, Chad has brought up George Schuyler in the past. A man like George Schuyler, who wrote for the Pittsburgh Courier in 1934 an article titled "Another Communist Victory," because the more and more, I guess, the Klan was becoming, I guess, more, out there in the public eye and was becoming more active. This was giving the communists more talking points to say, well, look at what's happening. This is what the Klan is doing to Black folks. And communists in America were trying to get Blacks over into their fold because they were claiming to be the only ideological group that could properly protect them. Not only that, but especially like after World War II, in the 1940s, 1950s, when the United States was going about the business to contain the Soviet Union, the attitude was that how in the world could the United States claim to have the moral high ground by trying to contain communism when it could not stop racism within its own borders, you see. And this was the popular refrain of even men like Jackie Robinson, for example, who testified before the HUAC committee that they were going to use the anti-communist attitudes in America to also crack down on the civil rights gains of minorities in the United States. So what Jackie Robinson was doing was coupling the struggle of communists with the struggle of Blacks in America. It's unfortunate, like I say, with Nat King Cole, he's another guy who, again, just wanted to be everyone's artist. He really wasn't into the whole racial kind of a thing. Even I mentioned before that Nat King Cole was one of many celebrities who participated in the 1964 event titled Hollywood's Response to Communism. He was one of many people who were there, including the likes of John Wayne, Walt Disney. I have the whole list of famous folk who attended that meeting there that was actually televised. But I also want to mention real quick too, this reminds me of something that Langston Hughes once wrote about in an essay. And I just want to kind of read just briefly this essay. And I read this on Chad's channel before when it was just he and I, when we were doing a talk about the Harlem Renaissance, because at the time, Langston Hughes had somewhat of a beef going on with a fellow Harlem Renaissance poet by the name of County Cullen. County Cullen was a Black poet who said, I want my poetry to, be for everyone. I just want to be a poet. I don't want to be a Black poet. And so Langston Hughes had smoke, as we say today, for County Cullen for having the audacity to suggest that I just want to be a poet. Langston Hughes wrote an essay in response to County Cullen. This essay is titled "The Negro Artist and the Racial Mountain." For those of you who are unfamiliar with this essay that was written by Langston Hughes, go and check out Langston Hughes' essay, "The Negro Artist and the Racial Mountain." This is just a brief couple of sentences from that essay. He says, "One of the most promising of the young Negro poets said to me," he's talking about County, "I want to be a poet, not a Negro poet. meaning I believe, quote, I want to write like a white poet. Now, this is Langston Hughes suggesting that because County Cullen wants to be a poet and not a black poet, that he wants to be a white poet because, of course, whiteness, as they would say, is sort of like the archetypal form, so to speak, of anything that one, I guess, should inspire to be. Meaning subconsciously, this is Hughes saying, again, I would like to be a white poet. Meaning behind that, this is according to Hughes now. This is the hero that we all have been told Langston Hughes was. Meaning that I would like to be white. So he accuses County Cullen of wanting not only to be a white poet, but he accuses County Cullen of wanting to be white. Because County Cullen was saying that I don't want my art being exploited to further exacerbate racial tension. I was sorry the young man said that, for no great poet has ever been afraid of being himself. And I doubted then that with his desire to run away spiritually from his race, Langston Hughes is claiming that he's trying to run away spiritually from his race. Again, listen to this demagogic language. What exactly does it mean to run away spiritually from your race? Sounds like the guy that I had the dust up with earlier in the show. It sounded like his sentiment that we are trying to run away spiritually from our race. This boy would never, ever be a great poet. But this is the mountain standing in the way of any true Negro art in America. This urge, listen to what Langston Hughes says. This essay was published way back in, anyway, I don't have it in front of me, but just imagine, this wasn't recent. He says this urge within the race toward whiteness. This is Langston Hughes. He uses the term whiteness before it was popular on social media and in the political lexicon. Langston Hughes says this urge within the race, meaning the black race, to one toward whiteness, the desire to pour racial individuality into the mold of American standardization, and to be a little Negro, and to be as little Negro as much American as possible. So he's criticizing black artists of his time from trying to spiritually run away from their race by not being, quite frankly, radical like he was. And we know that Langston Hughes was a dyed-in-the-wool communist. So this is what the attitude of Langston Hughes, and this was the similar sort of attitude that a lot of black artists had toward Nat King Cole as well.
I remember when Jordan said Republicans buy sneakers too.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And it's funny because everybody wants, it's almost like, imagine going through life, right? And you know, use your faith, use your ability, use your God-given talents, and you succeed. And then when you get to the top and look back, you got a bunch of black folks that never would have did what you did, asking you for something. Like they never would have stayed up the late nights. They never would have put up in the hard work. They never would have did nothing that you did, but they want you to give. And what we really find is that when I was growing up, they used to say that your attitude determines your altitude. So how do we go from, as a man thinketh, so is he? How do we go from, if you put your mind to it, you can do it? How do we grow up on all these sayings? And then when we become adults, it's the white man's fault. I'm like, why were they lying to us as children? At the end of the day, what you'll find is that culturally, black culture doesn't foster someone to sacrifice to achieve righteously. It doesn't foster someone putting in long hours. Matter of fact, they'll even say if you own time, you practicing white supremacy. If you achieve goals, you're practicing white supremacy. So what I find is that honestly, all of this capitalism talk, in my opinion, is really just a nice way to hate. Because what you're saying is, you're like, I wasn't willing to do what you did to get where you are, but I'm trying to convince you to let me get where you are by you giving up your spot, so to speak. To me, it's all game. It's really all some street game. It ain't these folks don't need no capitalism. These folks trying to run a game.
Well, it is game, especially that's quite frankly what George Jackson. Y'all remember a while ago, I was talking about Angela Davis and her trial when she was co-conspired to try and free George Jackson from prison. George Jackson would literally say, Blanche, to your credit, he said that Marxism was his hustle. That was his quote. Marxism, quite frankly, was his hustle. Like you say, Blanche, it's just game. It's just nothing but it's just game, man.
It's running game.
You know, Karl Marx himself was, you know, he grew up very well off, but he didn't want to do anything. He was a bum. You know, he would not even take care of his hygiene. He was such a bum. You know, he would just like leech off of what's his face? Yeah, he would just leech off of his friend. And so, you know, but he had the money. He was just he was a hustler. So this whole it like stems from the top, this whole idea, because this everything that we're talking about comes from, you know, he kind of put it all together of the, you know, this communist idea. And yeah, a straight up hustle, being a hater, not wanting to work for what you can actually do for your own self, but wanting to take from somebody else. Same thing that we see every day from the same type of people, like that girl Alicia, I guess her name is, the bald-headed one. You know,
y'all just gonna keep piling on Alicia. Poor Alicia.
Because I'm just saying, like, she's like the culmination, and she knows it too, because she used the words. You know, she knows. She's like, you can call me a communist. Yeah, girl, you a communist.
She knows.
You know.
She knows.
You know exactly what it is, and you don't want to work. Oh, I went to school for this, and woe is me. And you had a crappy degree, and you chose not to go back to school or turn that into your own business. You could have turned that into your own business, you know, but no, you don't want to do that. You don't want to think, you don't want to bother to even think outside of the box. Okay, I got this degree. It's not paying me any money if I go and work for a company or whatever. Why not start my own thing? How can where are the gaps in the market for this? You know, no, you just want to be a freaking leech.
Or just go get a job and shoot, you know, you may not be working in the field that I don't know, ADL, Deaf Studies, man. Just go and just say, hey, you know, chalk it up, hey, college, the experience, for many folk, the only thing that college is just a way to prolong your adolescence before you actually enter adulthood.
Right.
And so now that you are an adult, just go out and get a real job and just thug it out like the rest of us, you know? I don't know what else to tell you, man.
But what's crazy is it says she admitted that she picked a degree. Like she admitted that she picked a degree. She got into a field that wasn't going to pay well. And then when she got into the field that didn't pay well, she said, I give up, I quit. I'm like what she said didn't make any sense. And so it's just crazy that honestly, these people, when they go to college, they look at the easiest way to get a degree. They don't think about their future and the actual skill set. And what they think, okay, how can I get a degree in 4 years with the least amount of stress as possible? Okay, underwater basket weaving. That sounds like a good major, you know what I'm saying? That's what they do. And then they go out to the workforce and they get upset.
Yeah.
Yep.
I have another video. Hopefully it'll play it correctly. Hold on.
Is the concept of Black excellence inherently anti-Black? Maybe yes, but only in its current iteration, because I think in its current iteration, it's so focused in capitalism, it's so focused in being better than everybody that exists in the space, that like that to me is something that puts pressure on us that we don't need. Like my therapist gave me a book called Rest is Resistance, and just about fighting against this grind culture, fighting against constantly feeling like if I have to give 1,000% so that everybody around me giving 1% will still have some level of respect for me. And that's just not something I'm really willing to sign up for anymore.
Rest is resistance. Rest is resistance. Was that the name of the book?
Rest is resistance. That's what his therapist gave him. Like, if you want to talk about somebody who is about to be a full-on Marxist, like, rest is resistance. Are you freaking kidding? Okay. Like, that literally, that is a perfect clip of what exactly we were just talking about. Rest is resistance. Okay.
So basically, you're lazy as a revolutionary act against the system. I'm not going to work. I'm fucking.
Right. You talk about within this space. I wonder what space he's talking about. But anyway, again, these people, they listen, man. I hate to constantly harken back to this quote. But it's true when Tom Sowell says that there are no solutions, only trade-offs. Once again, to the gentleman in the clip, to the people in Blanche's chat on Instagram, capitalism is not, first of all, capital. Now I got to go back. I got to give a lesson again on what capitalism is. Capital, according to Marx, was a type of property. And this is why Marxism manifests itself in many different ways, because many things can constitute an example of property, like, say, whiteness. Whiteness as a form of property. Just look into the writings of Kimberly Crenshaw, and she did a great deal in the way of contributing toward the school of thought, right, that we refer to as critical race theory. There you go, Keisha. I was struggling to find the words. And so you can either have a system, right, and I've said this often, and I'll say it again, that the free market system, which is what it should be called and what it should be referred to as, within the free market system, or with the free market system, the free market system is the only economic system, quote unquote, that is commensurate with the very principle of natural law. I don't understand what these people don't get about that, because it is you have certain inherent rights. Therefore, as an outgrowth of that principle, you have the right not only to determine what you are to do or what you want to do with your person, you should be able to amass property and wealth for yourself based upon that very same principle, because it is to the extent that you bring something of value to the market that no one else can exploit what it is that you bring to the market, because what you bring to the market actually comes along with a price. I don't understand what these folks don't get about that. And so you either have that system, or you have a system where someone separate from you determines the price of your capital, because you, as a sentient human being, to the people in Blanche's chat and to the gay dudes on the panel, you yourself are capital. You are the capital. And someone has to claim ownership over your time, because your capital represents what you have done in this lifetime with your time. Therefore, your time and your capital actually represents your life. And I don't mean to say that in some sort of figurative way. I mean that quite literally. So you can either have a system where people openly negotiate the price of your capital on the market, or you can have someone separate from yourself set the price for you, and then you just deal with the consequences from there. And it's disastrous. Just see any communist dictatorship in the world over the 20th century, even this communist dictatorships that we still have today.
Man. Well, I think it's two things though, Chuck. Number one, what are you bringing to the market? And the second thing is, who's determining the price? They're going to argue that it's white people determining the value of your labor or your person. So again, and you said something in the live I listened to. You said, how do all these people go through all of this knowledge, information, studying?
And that's what they come up with.
And they come up with, I want to be a communist. Like, to me, even the guy in the chat, right? For everything that he's learned in his life, how did he go through all that in his life? And the solution to him is communism. To me, you have to have a character, like you have to have a character flaw that's deep rooted, because there's no way on God's green earth you can come this far in life and you say to yourself, you know what? Out of everything I've been to, slavery is the best thing for everybody. And so it's just crazy to me how that's a solution. Communism, like.
I think the answer is, and I'm gonna, y'all probably already know what I'm gonna say. It's the public schooling system, because it was literally modeled to create dependency upon the state. So everything, from the teacher standing at the front of the classroom, from the bell ringing, from the way the students are organized in the classroom, from them sitting in these jail cell like boxes, everything
Going to lunch with the trains.
I mean, everything is literally set up for you to be dependent upon the expert, and the expert works for the system, the state.
Right.
And so the entire model is set to produce a non-think. This is what we've been talking about in the chat. John Taylor Gatto brought out, he was a brilliant teacher. He was he spent 30 years in the public schooling system. And I use the word schooling on purpose because there is a difference between schooling and education, but it was a public schooling system. To be schooled is to be, like Blanche said, to be Black is to be controlled. To be schooled is to be controlled as well. To be schooled is to be communist. It is not, the system was set up for you to be totally dependent upon someone else to tell you what to think. It was not made for anybody, for children to think on their own. Even this idea of adolescence, this is what I was going to say about John Taylor Gatto. 30 years in the public schooling system, he resigned like a boss on the op-ed pages of the Wall Street Journal and told them all, after winning 5 years in a row, best teacher of the year, he told him, I'm out. And he literally just broke it down of why children were failing. And it was such an indictment upon the American public school system. This is why I pulled my kids out. I'm like, the amount of mental assault that is happening to children every single day. And we're wondering why they can't even do well at jobs at Walmart, where they have pictures on the cash registers. These kids are coming out of these public school systems and they cannot function at a basic level. This is what we're paying for, and this is what we are producing. This is why we have so many kids. Blanche, to your question, how is it that you go through life, you do something, you go through life and you're like, okay, you experience just a little bit of it, and your answer is communism? Because they have been brainwashed to believe that is the only answer.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah. Again, because it all boils down to, the individual, the microscopic component of all that is, so to speak. What I heard, and I keep going back to the person's comment that Blanche had read aloud, it's like, again, you hear this whole trope about how, capitalism is founded upon or based upon exploitation and greed and all these other things. But of course, and Blanche very well knows this, Quisha very well knows this, that greed, of course, is a consequence of the fall, right? Greed is sin. And so when you go into, for example, a position within the bureaucracy or the state, sort of like reminds me of the question that Milton Friedman famously posed when he talked about the difference between corporations and the government. He says that, of course, that corporations are a collection of individuals, and it is the individual that is, in fact, greedy, not this abstraction that we call the corporation. Because once an individual becomes an elected representative, who has the coercive power and flex of the state to compel you to do things with your person that perhaps you don't want to do, he simply asks the question, well, do they become less greedy? And Milton Friedman, he had that classic, I don't know, tell me, do they become less greedy? And the question, that's it, do they? No, it's just because for them, the moral sort of praxis can be found at the point of the state and not with the individual, the mass of people, because that is in fact the private sector, and we represent the best aspects of the free market system and not the state. But these people, going back to all the stuff that Quisha talks about when she brings up John Dewey, these people actually believe that the people who are in control of the levers of power, at the point of the state, are in fact our moral superiors, because we are just, quite frankly, too stupid and uninformed and whatever else to actually know what it is that we should be doing with our own lives, because we are contributing to inequality and climate change and racism, all these ghosts that we chase. It's just all propaganda so that they can seize more power. That's it.
And also to piggyback on what y'all saying, basically what y'all saying is, again, these people they negate to look at human nature. And so even when it comes to a system only exposes human nature. Like all the stuff we're looking at, it only exposes what a person would do in this position with this power or without it. And so I was talking with my friend one time, and she was like, is capitalism, that's the enemy, capitalism. I said, you can get rid of all the governments, all the money and everything, and I guarantee in a week you have the same system set up. You're going to have those that want to overachieve. You're going to have those that don't want to work. You're going to have those that are dumb. Like, you're going to have the same model in society over and over again because of human nature. Everybody's not a go-getter, and everybody's not a lazy person. So because you have these mix of people, I think they call them like sharks and different animal names for the characteristics of people, but you have all these different characteristics, you're going to have a variation in how people work in the system. But just to say that this is wrong because I feel like people are being taken advantage of is ridiculous, because I guarantee those same people, prime example, the consumer is going to spend their money regardless. Whether you pitch to them or not, they're going to find a way to work for their money and look for something to buy. And if it's nothing to buy, they'll make some up to buy. You know what I'm saying? So again, all this stuff boils back down to human nature. But in this whole woke culture, in this whole conscious culture, they negate human nature and put all the emphasis on, like y'all said, as the people who are in charge are supposed to be the moral superior. So our goal is to make them change and acquiesce versus me finding a way to navigate through this system.
Yeah. And you know, it also points to the which is encapsulated in communism also, this, they want to play God because they're trying to create a society, this utopian society. They're going to make man into their own image, which pushes away the human nature side of it. They're gonna, no, we're not gonna, we're gonna make man into a new image. We're gonna make him look and do and be what we want him to be, which is some automaton that just totally, how do you can't get what they don't seem to understand is that they can't. They're trying to, I remember when they were like trying to find the God gene, and I think they were, what they were trying to.
Henrietta Lacks, is that she got it?
Right. They were trying to say it was something in the brain that just made people, if I think this is what they were trying to say. They were trying to say like it's something in the brain that just made people believe in God. But when you think about it, when we're having these conversations, it seems like more of the root of it was, how do we find that thing that's within man, which is human nature, which is, we function on a level of principles, the laws of nature, and all of those things. How do we find that so we can manipulate it to do, so we can be God? Right. We want to take them away from God Almighty and make them into our own image, which is what Satan, ultimately wants to do, which is why you need to know God for real. So it's just fascinating when we talk about this, that it all boils back. It goes back to God and them trying to engineer humanity away from how God has created us to be and into their own thing, which is what the enemy tried to do from the very beginning.
Yeah, they want folks to somehow produce without the profit motive. And we've seen history. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. You can't get coerced. Again, I know that we all would like to think that groundbreaking medicines and technologies and inventions, like the infrastructure that we have to purify certain waters and irrigation, all the things that we commonly take for granted. You walk into a room, You flick the switch, you know, you just expect the lights to come on if you paid your bill. Now, we know black folk don't pay their bills now. No, you walk in, you flick the light, you just expect the light to come on. You don't exactly know the source of it. All you know is this is just what, and so, you know, there are so many things that we take for granted, but folks think that those things would exist, you know, without without a profit motive, that people would just do these things simply for the greater good. We would like to think so, but unfortunately, man is limited he's limited morally, and then this is what you know, the great thinkers of the past understood. And so they came up with a way to try and get man's shortcomings to, in fact, work for the greater good of man. And one of the ways that they constructed was to develop, you know, the principle of the profit motive. Mm-hmm. To get man to do what he otherwise would not do, he must first see the benefit of doing so. And when I say the benefit, I mean, what's in it for me? Mm-hmm. You know, and because the person that, you know, the farmer somewhere halfway, wherever, you know, he doesn't know Blanch personally. He doesn't know us. But when he wakes up and when he does what he does every day, when he tills that field and plows the land or whatever the farmer, I don't know anything about farming, but I'm trying to use some farmer lingo. But when they get up and do the things that they do, they're doing so first and foremost. It doesn't mean that people don't genuinely enjoy what they do. A lot of folks do enjoy their jobs, but the point is that first and foremost, the person that produces is doing so that they themselves can make a living. And the fact that we are able to feed our families because of what they produce is simply a byproduct of the effort that they put into making sure that they first and foremost have what they need. And so greed, or the virtue of selfishness, as how did my man say, this Ayn Randian idea, right? That's what Ayn Rand is talking about when she's talking about the virtue of selfishness. And it is the sin of altruism, as Ayn Rand would talk about, that actually created, you know, police states like the Soviet Union. Now, of course, you know, I know we're talking about Black excellence, and we giving these cats a philosophical / economic lesson on the virtue of capitalism. But these folks are the ones who are always trying to run down capitalism, and they dress it up as some sort of Black militancy, because no matter what sort of racial grievances or gripes that they have, it always seems to come right back around full circle to an attack on our free market system. And it's unfortunate the way Blacks are just used to push this totalitarian agenda under the guise of social justice.
I'm gonna play this next clip, but I think Black people are used that way because you think about it, Black culture is kind of like, it's very communist. It's very, you got to adhere to blackness being the state, and you got to be a loyal subject to it, even to the point where you would have to deny yourself certain human luxuries, you know, for the greater good of Blackness. So you can't take this job. You can't, like, they want Nat King Cole to abandon his white audience, abandon all that money, abandon all that just to go sing on a chitlin circuit. Right. It's just ridiculous to even ask them to do it. But yeah, that's what they really want, though, you know, for you to just give up your position.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back, Chad.
Welcome back.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. I'm very happy to be here. What did I miss?
I just watched Code America yesterday. Oh man, we just ran through the Nat King Cole clip, and then the clip with the three guys talking all this crazy stuff about capitalism or whatever. And
rest is resistance.
Oh, okay.
So be lazy as a sign of protest.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah. Yep. Rest is resistance. That's the new quote.
What a mess.
You know, one thing too, I just want to say really quick, when you are, and this is the thing with like nonprofits too, with people that work for the state, and they are part of these 3-letter agencies and stuff. Their incentive, because of their own greed, because of their own care of their own well-being, they have an incentive to keep whatever problem going, so they have a job. You know, so it's like goes exactly to what we were saying. So this whole idea of like that we're gonna just keep relying on the state as if these people have no, you know, they're just doing this out of the goodness of their heart, you know, and they have no own self-interest
Right.
In what they are doing. They want to keep these problems going too, because if it doesn't, they put themselves out of business. So I just want to say,
Man, you know the irony too, man, is this rest is resistance. No time in human history for just the average person, as you know, as opposed to someone who was, you know, part of the nobility, perhaps in any given societal context. But never in human history have we had such leisure for him to for these folks to be so lazy and so averse to work, talking about rest is resistance. Man, my God, I mean, a little measly little 40-hour, 32-hour work week, as a matter of fact, constitutes a full-time job. You know, the amount of work and toil that folks in centuries prior had to undergo just to maintain and to try and survive harsh winters and dealing with all sorts of things. Fast forward to 2023, just to hear these men and even women for that matter, like Alicia, we're gonna keep picking on Alicia, to hear them say these things in this unprecedented era of just leisure and relaxation for humanity, particularly in a country like the United States, is just, it's quite amazing, quite frankly. People are crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we need some more clips, Chad. I don't know if you want to play. I don't know how much time we have. I don't know how much time we have to the call-ins, but I know the "I'm Proud of You, Black Man" probably wasn't shown, or probably the Marva, the Great Marva Effect, and then.
What one did you want? Which one did you want to play?
The "I'm Proud of You, Black Man" first, because I think people saw the ones last week.
I think we did play the "I'm Proud of You, Black Man."
We played that.
Okay.
We played that. How could you forget?
Oh, just an update. So I did the Battle of the Ballroom. It's like the local Dancing with the Stars. I got all 3 nines. I did not win. But just so you guys know, I did put some pictures on Instagram. We're still waiting for the video though. But this lady, her last name was Franchette, I think.
Was she white? Was she white? I'm calling.
She was.
Oh, see there? See there?
I didn't even see her dance, but
can't no white woman dance better than a sister. Come on now. I know what's something in the game, man.
Ballroom dancing, which was not my.
Black people invented ballroom dancing back in the day. They used to make us from slavery as to carry the cotton balls into the house, and then we.
It was swing though, so it was. I did do a swing, you know.
Oh yeah. Man, I don't know how them folks used to swing dance back in the day. That takes.
You can't be big. You can't be heavy. You know what I'm saying?
Man, listen. No. I'm proud of myself because it was, you know, I think I had one of the more complicated dances. But it was fun. It was fun, and it was a scholarship. We gave it. People donated and gave. We raised $8,000, and this young woman got a scholarship, a vocational scholarship. So very happy to do it. So just wanted to give you guys the update. But I didn't bring home the globe.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So let's see here. I did want to play. So Blanche, the one that says Great Marva Effect is the boy who read a poem about the things that he learned from being in Marva Collins's class. And so if you'd like, we can play that clip versus the other poem that the Black woman gave at the Black Excellence Festival, and kind of juxtapose the two before we open up for the phone calls if we're going to do that.
Okay.
So let's see, Marva Collins Effect. So listen to this poem from this boy who was taught by Marva Collins, who, you know, if you tuned in last week, you'll know that she doesn't believe that a person, like, even if prejudice did exist, that a person should judge their success by someone else's standard. And this is what Black excellence is. Black excellence is someone else's standard, right? Oh, the struggle. And we, like, the fact is, you tell me everything you need to know, that I need to know. When you're focusing so much on the struggle, then you're on the achievement. The fact of the matter is, something isn't worth having if one did not have to put in work to achieve what they've accomplished. You won't know that I myself used to be homeless, that I myself used to live in my car, unless I told you, right? That's a fact, but I'm not so focused on like what it took for me to get to where I am in life as much as I am with the fact that I'm here. And to the extent that I want to help uplift another person, I'm going to tell them about like the practical steps they need to take in order to accomplish or achieve their goals. But I'm not going to do that by complaining about the struggle, because that doesn't help anyone. Certainly doesn't help you, and it doesn't help me either. The only way that it will help me is if my aim or my goal is to make much of myself. Look at what I've done. Look at how much I made it, right? Like, that's a very boastful and prideful thing. But again, I'm not so full of myself in this narcissistic way, which Black culture breeds narcissism, if we're being honest. Yeah. The only way in which I'm going to tell you about the struggle is to, on the other side of that, make much of myself. And I don't wish to do that. So you're not going to hear me talk a lot about struggle. You are, however, going to hear me talk about practical means or practical steps one must take in order to achieve whatever their goal is, because success looks different from person to person to person. Some people won't be happy until they're the CEO of a corporation. Others are happy, living in a cabin in the woods where they get to fish every day. Again, happiness, success looks different across the board, right? But like, it's repulsive to me, and I don't care if you're Black, Asian, whatever, to see people on TikTok saying that this is an example of Asian pride or brown pride or Black excellence. Like, you look pathetic. The rest of the world thinks you look pathetic, and I think you look pathetic. Your mama and daddy think you look pathetic. But again, I want you to see. I want you to see the difference between the again, and I think they do. I say that quite literally, because your mom and dad knows what they poured into you. I mean, unless your parents are conscious, you know what I mean? These Black conscious types, but like, they know what they poured into you. They know that they set you on a path toward success. So for you to talk about the Blackness and the Black struggle and the black, I'm pretty sure your parents, are feeling some type of way about that. Anyway.
I determine how I wish to. People predict I determine. I determine how I wish to live my life, how I can make it succeed, and keep it joyful. No one but me can do this. No one but me.
Ian's essay reflects one of our major premises of education here at Westside Prep. You are in charge of your own life. No one can tell you how to shape your life, what to do. We try to give the children the inspiration and the determination. We try to draw out of them the very best that's in them, to give them the skills that they need for the future so that they can be the creative, productive people we know they can be.
Just remember, people predict, you determine.
Me. Black is you. Black is not something we get to choose, but it is something we get to cherish. It's something we get to wear, and we get to rock this with honor. I'm Black like my granddaddy.
Now look at the difference between the boy and this purple-haired Negro. This purple-haired negress. Look at the difference.
And my great grandma. Black is that lift every
It's worse than the Wiz.
voice and sing. Black is that letting your freedom ring and resound. Black is adjective, adverb, color, and noun.
Now, fellas, looking at this woman, how desirable does she look? Up there yelling and cocking her head, and I mean, look at the look in her face. Does this look like somebody you want to wife?
Great grandma.
Yeah.
Black is that lift every voice
That is a
and
headache.
sing. Black is that letting your freedom ring and resound. Black is adjective, adverb, color, and noun.
Luke Gossett.
You so black. Oh, you so black. When you smile, the stars come out. Baby, you so black. When you're born, the God come out.
Yeah, we can't end on that note. We got to end it with something a little bit more positive.
I determine how I wish to live my life, how I can make it succeed, and keep it joyful. No one but me can do this. No one but me.
Ian's essay reflects one of our major premises of education here at Westside Prep. You are in charge of your own life. No one can tell you how to shape your life, what to do. We try to give the children the inspiration and the determination. We try to draw out of them the very best that's in them, to give them the skills that they need for the future so that they can be the creative, productive people we know they can be.
Just remember, people predict, you determine.
Now, you know what's messed up about this is black folks will listen to that little boy's poem and say, and reinterpret it to think he's talking about the black struggle. And they would reinterpret it to say white folks are saying that I can't do this, and white folks are saying I can do that, I can't do that. But the little black boy is telling the world that like he's going to make much of himself in the name of black excellence. So black people will ruin anything, but he's not talking about that. Again, you have to look at it in its context, the totality of the documentary. Marva Collins tells you what she teaches in her class. She tells you that I don't care if anybody's prejudiced. I don't care. She even says that the worst enemy is the person in the mirror. That, you know, when it comes to the teachers themselves, they set themselves to a kind of subnormal standard because they don't want to be great. They don't want to be excellent. And she says, when you choose to be normal or when you choose to be subnormal, that's all there's going to be. And so her whole thing is be excellence for the sake of excellence. You will never hear Marva Collins talk about black excellence, and thus you would never hear her students talk about black excellence. He's talking about determining, which means to determine one's I guess fate in life and choosing to live according to that standard as opposed to somebody else's standard, be they black, white, or whatever. But meanwhile, homegirl is up there at the Essence Festival, cocking her head back and forth, completely bald on this side, purple dreads on the other side, talking about she's black like her great grandmama. I don't know what a moma is, but I mean, what are we doing?
Grandmama.
You know, I was in Walmart one day and I saw this couple and they had like, I think like 3 or 4 kids and they were getting ice cream. And so the husband said, so the wife was like, she had given the child, which was like, I don't know, maybe 2 max, 2 years old max. And she had given the little baby a cone. And so the husband was like, no, don't give her a cone. Like she's going to make a mess. And the wife just like totally just emasculated him like in public. It was so embarrassing. I felt so bad for him. And he didn't really say much. And then like they couldn't even get out of the from getting the ice cream before the kid spilled the ice cream cone. And it was just like the wisdom that your husband was giving you in that moment, you know, could have made that whole experience so much more enjoyable. Like if we're getting ice cream, like this is a whole fun experience. And it was just totally ruined by her not being feminine and being like listening to her husband. I don't know why that clip just made me think about that, but it's when you said like, would you want to be married to some would you want to be with somebody like that situation in the grocery store? It was like that's what being married to somebody like that is like. You know, just from like the little ice cream. I can't even imagine what it would be like. You're in public and you're acting like this. You know, it was embarrassing, and I could just see like
I don't know if y'all caught this though. Because like just going off of what Quisha just said, like if you watch that clip, because I'm looking at the details, I'm looking at everything that's going on. There was a grown black man. I know he's old because he had grays in his goatee, and he got up on his feet and he's all emotional in the face and he has his hands in the air as the black woman is given the poem, and it's like, wow, this is the state of black men in America right now. Pathetic, weak, and overly jubilant over a bunch of nonsense coming from this woman talking about black excellence.
Yeah, bro. I think you talking about. I think that I looked like Lou Gossett Jr. I thought. Is that what you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, look like Lou Gossett.
It's pathetic. Like it is so, it's bad. Like this, you should have seen the defeat in his face. Like, and what you could tell, like this is the norm. This is the norm. He was just like, whatever. He's totally not even there anymore. You know, his body is there, but he's not in the marriage. Like he's just not there. And you know, I think there's a lot of marriages like that, a lot of relationships and stuff like that. And that lady is like she's like the
queen.
Yeah, she's like the poster board of
Is she somebody noteworthy, somebody famous? I don't even know who she is. I just know her from this clip that we keep using of her, but I don't even know who she is.
Judging by the loud voice, the facial expressions, the shaved hair, she's probably famous in the black community. Judging by the antics, she's probably known. I got a question for you all. Has any of you all ever been told by a white person that you couldn't achieve?
Oh, well.
And when I say white person, I don't mean a peer. I mean as someone in authority that's white that was over you in some capacity told you that you could not achieve.
I haven't.
Not me
In a
personally.
roundabout way, I was at a church sermon, and it was at a church that was woke, and I guess authority would be the pastor who is in a position of authority, was saying, not to me directly, but was saying to the congregation of mostly white folks that black people have a hard time achieving in this country, and that they are beneficiaries of white privilege. White folks are beneficiaries of white privilege, and black folks don't enjoy the same kind of privileges in this country. So I guess in a roundabout way, I was told that by a person in quote unquote authority.
You hear that from a white liberal for sure.
Yeah.
You know, here they come to the rescue.
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
I'm just curious because people say what white people have told them they couldn't. I guess this thing in the black community where white people tell you, I'm like, who is saying it? If I cut on CNN, they're not saying it on CNN. They're not saying it on Fox. Like what white people are saying, y'all can't do this. I never hear them. I don't see them because the media is mostly liberal. So what's this white voice telling black folks they can't do this and can't do that? I don't see the voice. I don't hear the voice. So I've never in my life been told by a white person, you can't do this because you're black. Never been told that my entire life. I've never been told you can't do this because you're this. I've never heard that in my life. So when people say this, I'm like, who y'all talking to? I'm just
And if somebody did say that to black people, they'd end up on World Star
Right.
because you know
Shade room.
they be fighting for real. You know, somebody trying to say that.
But I think Blanche, I think you said it before though. The only people telling black folk that they can't achieve is other black folks.
Right.
My daughter, like, you know, my oldest, when she was in public school, she and a friend were like walking in the hallway and they were like going to the bathroom or coming back or something. And they were like laughing and giggling. And it was a black guy, a black coach, a PE coach. He was like, oh, you know, you guys get back to your classrooms because you know the white, like he turned it into a whole race. So, you know, the white people are going to keep you dead. They're going to like I forget exactly now what it was, but it's been black people to say these things, not white people that I can remember anybody tell me. If anything, I've had more white people help me, push me to do more, open the door for opportunities. Shoot. Truth be told, there's some black folks.
Stop cooning, Quisha.
Huh?
Stop cooning.
Listen.
Man,
black folks on the Republican side who will be like, nah, don't, we just don't. We'll put her.
Yeah,
Put
Keisha
her
over there
over
cooning.
Can these bliggity black types, can they just please come up with a new insult, man? For
Yeah,
real, bro. If I hear them
Keisha
call
over there
somebody,
tapping.
one more person, if I hear them call one more person a coon, man, seriously.
Yeah, it's old now. It's like
Where's the creativity? Can y'all come
right.
up with something new? Jeez,
I'm gonna
oh,
get into
geez.
some of these super chats. Did you read super chats while I was gone, Blanche?
Now, you know I didn't do that.
This one's from L.A. Thorn. The Martian says the influence of Paula Freres.
Ferrari.
Yeah, Freres.
Paulo Ferrari. That's how you say his name.
Okay. The influence of Paulo Freire's generative concepts and NA education can't be underestimated on Black youth in Chicago. Has 30 plus schools with 0 students proficient in math, despite being funded to the tune of $5,000 to $60,000 per student. Wow.
Ooh, good God, 60 grand?
The union is strong in Chicago, by the way. The teachers union. And it's funny because I mentioned, we were talking about Marva Collins last week and this week, and then I did a live with Keisha and Jambalaya Talks where we went more in depth on Marva Collins. It's interesting because Jesse Jackson, who lived in Chicago for a period of time and is always speaking at the annual teachers unions meetings and their events, and is a very, he considers himself to be a very staunch advocate for teachers unions. Guess where he sent his daughter to school? Marva Collins' Westside Prep.
Wow.
So it's like your kids aren't even in the public schools, but yet you want to lecture everybody on how.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That's how it always is.
I digress. We got another one from Jesus Loves You. Super chat says, God bless Chad, Keisha, Chuck, and Blanche. Keep going, fam. I really appreciate the super chat and your support of the show. We got another one from Chris Yo. Says, not my favorite topic.
Chris Yo.
A bit over my head. Nonetheless, love you guys. Hit me up if you're in Miami, Florida for a B-roll and Uncle Tom 3. Let's see here. Got another one from Ibeen. B, one of my favorite YouTube shows. I look forward to it every week. I need to clean my glasses or something.
You need to go to the doctor.
You just not up to grade level, Chad. That's all. You just
very, very unproficient in reading. Got another one from Idra Singleton. What Chuck just said deserves a super chat. These fools need to wake up. Dummy, everyone can hide behind a chat. So thank you for your super chat. Thank you for your support of the show. Got another one from Chris Yo, Chuck's biggest fan. Says, I don't know about any one of you guys, but I didn't get the memo on, quote, how to be Black, unquote. Chuck is the truth. Be yourself. That's enough. No, sir. Chuck is not the truth. Jesus is the truth. And don't
know what he meant, Chad.
Go back to where you were, Chad. Go back to
Telling you, nobody came to see you, Otis. Stop tripping.
And then we got one from Really says, and white liberals perpetuate that mindset too. Yeah, 100%. And they're the main, I guess, purveyors of that particular mindset that, oh, because you're Black, you don't have privilege and you can't make it in a meritocracy, and therefore, you need socialism. You need me to help you. You need me to be your big brother. You need me to be your nanny, so to speak. So I did want to open it up for, man, I should have posted this link before I read those super chats to give people time to get in the room. So we're not going to do it the traditional way where we have, we're not going to do it the traditional way where we have like an actual call-in number. What I did was I created a Skype room. And if you have a comment, if you have a question, try to keep it to under 30 seconds. But I just posted the link. So feel free to get into that Skype room, and I'm going to start funneling these people in if you have something you want to say. And please try to keep it on topic. The question tonight is there such a thing as Black excellence? So I'm interested in hearing feedback from you all concerning that.
That's a good question. I was going to ask that too. Why do some people have started to spell like white with a Y or just YT? Have y'all seen that?
I think some of it, like I spell the stuff differently because I don't want to get my comments flagged.
Okay.
Yeah, so I try to change the spelling up because a lot of folks on here that believe in free speech seem to somehow want to report your comments. I learned firsthand how Black folks, when they get upset, they go run to
the man.
To
Wow. Ain't that about
running to Zaddy Zuckerberg to report my comments. How they done stunted on me with their comments. It's crazy.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, Blanche, when I tried to tag you, they're like, are you sure you want to tag him? He has, terrible comments. I'm like, it's cool. Good gracious.
Mm-hmm.
He has said some things that we do not approve of in the past.
Independent fact checkers have said that what Blanche has said is false.
Right.
All right, so it looks like we got somebody in. Bear with me 1 second. I don't know if you can hear me or not. Let me see. Let me do it this way. I might have to give people the link to the actual StreamYard because I don't know if the audio is going to connect to Skype. So bear with me 1 quick second. Do I want to do it that way? Let's see here. No, I don't. I don't want to do it that way.
I've been having.
Bear with me 1 second, folks. You've been having what, Quisha?
A lash issue. It's like poking me. That's why I keep.
That's God's way of telling you where your real lash is, Quisha. I'm trying to tell you.
Listen, we've had this discussion. If I have this, if I just, I will look washed out. Okay, there we go.
You said you're not gonna look washed up, Quisha.
I'm telling you, I would.
All right, so let me see if I can. I think I'm having audio issues, y'all. Can y'all hear me on Skype? No, I don't think they can hear me. I'm going to put it on another link.
We can hear them. Y'all can hear them?
Yeah, I can hear y'all.
For some reason, I can't hear them.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh my gosh, this is so cool.
Okay. I just want to say hello, Earthlings. I would ask to take me to your leader, but I don't want to get my hair stiff. But I want to say, Chuck, you've been on point, man. I caught you with Sub-Zero. That's how I heard about you. I also saw Uncle Tom 1 and 2, and I frankly agree with you.
Cool.
I was one
Appreciate
who
you.
mentioned Paul Fieri in that super chat.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's Martian, right? LA. Forgot how what your tag is on YouTube, but yeah, man, that guy is a good dude, man. Show a lot of love, good commentary and stuff like that. So, yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Did you have a question or was that your only comment?
No problem, man. Keep doing what you're doing, and you open up my eyes with the Black Panthers and everyone else, man.
Cool,
Man.
cool.
Cool, man.
Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
no doubt, man. I have some more content coming up as far as the Black Panthers. I'm gonna get to that after I did unpack this Obama thing because I got a third installment of this Obama series coming up once I upload part 2 that I recorded today. Then I'm coming back around to the Black Panthers, and we're gonna weave in some things that a lot of people aren't familiar with. Some other Black heroes, such as men like Johnny Cochran, for example. Johnny Cochran and his involvement with the Black Panther Party. That may shock some of you. So that's coming soon. But appreciate the love, man. Be on the lookout.
Can you hear us, stay on?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Heck, I can't hear you, bro. Let me see.
Let me try it this way.
Sheesh. Hey, Chad.
Can you hear me?
I cannot hear you, dude. I can't.
We can hear you.
Hold on.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
What the heck is going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you.
Can you hear me, Deon? All right, let me try it this way.
I don't know what's going on.
Whoops, nope, that is not what I wanted to do.
I can hear you now. Well, I can hear something.
Can you hear me, Deon?
Yes, I can hear you, brother.
For some reason, I can't hear you, bro. You know what? Instead of trying to fumble through Skype, I'm just going to give people the link. And Deon, I'm going to let you come up first since you're already on here. But I'm going to give you the link to the StreamYard so that way we're not having this issue over and over again, because this can get annoying real fast. So let me see here. Copy. Boom. All right. I'm about to put it in the comment section right now, Deon. So as soon as you see it, go ahead and click on it.
All right. Just exit off of Skype.
And the link changes every week, y'all. So don't be trying to get on the link next Sunday. Just popping in the show. Because I'm not gonna allow it. I won't allow it. So yeah, I just put in the new link because Skype was not cooperating. The first caller, I mean, didn't have any issues with him, but for some reason we had an issue with the other one.
You are my love. You need
Yeah,
to
I'm
look
not.
no further.
Yeah. Entertain us, Keisha, while we work this out.
Little intermission. All right, Deon, can you hear us?
Uh-oh.
I can hear y'all.
Okay, can you hear us now, Deon? Black folks always got something going on with they audio. Can you hear me, Deon? Hello. All right. Device not connected.
Device not connected.
So Wesley Abrams says, "Can I ask Teach 'em Chuck a question?" Yeah, Wesley, click that link, sir.
Or put it in the chat. Do what you want. Do how you want to do it.
Click the link, Wesley.
Can you hear us, Deon?
I can.
Okay, I'm not sure what was going on.
I don't know what's.
Hey, Nikki said audio excellence.
It's the devil.
Audio excellence. That's hilarious.
All right. What's up, Deon?
What's happening? We're just gonna have to rock like this.
No, you good enough.
So yeah, let me first say I love you guys very much, and I appreciate y'all having like this thing going on for as often as you have been, even despite me having to just suffer through the slander of my friend.
The girl with the buzz cut.
Slim, I cannot tell.
Hey, so listen, has her hair always been that short? Because you said you've known her since ninth grade.
She grows her hair long and then she cuts it. She grows her hair super long, then cuts it. That's
so like, she got good hair then.
Vodi Bakum's wife does the same thing. Like, she has great.
Got you.
But Alicia, super nerd, like nerd, awkward nerd of a girl, like very, very smart and very talented. I didn't know how talented she was until she got grown. I'm like, Dad, this girl can sing her behind off. But and we were in. I moved back to Maryland back in 2017, and I contacted her like, "Yo, let's do something." Like, I'm a musician too. Like, and we were trying to get that working out. She was working from home at the time, but as soon as I seen your the video that you posted, I called a mutual friend immediately. I'm like, "Yo, you got to see this." So she's been married to this guy that she met back in her early college days, and very staunch Christians, like very hardcore. Like she used to post scripture all the time.
Oh wow!
And always carried herself in a very classy way. Like I've never heard that girl curse. I've never seen that girl show skin. Like, and trust me, I was out there at the time. In my earliest one, I was out there, big out there. Big out there. And I did see a change in her content because she was mostly just posting music and try to post positivity, uplifting things. But I did see a change, and I tried to not even watch the videos. But this just confirmed why, just you ignoring something doesn't mean it goes away. And God forbid, Chad, you come across any of my brothers, like, sheesh.
Yeah.
Like, I would think, so I got a brother who's an actor on movies and everything. I would think you would catch him before you would have my.
Well, you're from Atlanta, right?
Yeah,
you're from
yeah,
Atlanta.
Yeah.
So it's like, it seems like all these people and all these YouTube videos that I keep coming across are people from Atlanta. People who are Atlanta based. Do you live in Atlanta right now?
Yeah,
Okay.
Marietta specifically, East Cobb, not that far away from my man's Blanch, brother.
Okay.
My brother Blanch. Tap in, cuz. But yeah, I ain't gonna hold up the line too much. That's all I want to say. Pray for my homegirl.
Yeah,
y'all.
we gonna put
Yeah, definitely.
Appreciate you, Dayon. Appreciate your support of the show and your support of our IG channels and all that good stuff.
Oh yeah, Chad, you coming to Georgia? I heard.
Yeah, so I'll be in Atlanta in September for the G3 conference. So yeah, I might link up with Blanch if he's there at the time.
Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be here.
Cool. I'm trying to slim down and get Atlanta ready. I've been drinking a lot of water and I cut out the meat and all that good stuff. So
get Atlanta ready.
Watching my caloric intake and all that good stuff.
Well,
what are you going to do, Chad?
Atlanta ready is decadence. You gotta come. You gotta come sloppy. You gotta give
Chad trying to get sexy.
Appreciate you, Dayon. Thank you for your support of the show.
Thank you.
So let's see. Okay, so line is open back up if for anybody who wants to call in or jump in. Yeah, I'm trying to get Atlanta ready. So because from what I hear, black folks love the roast. Black folks love the hot side, we used to call it back in the day. And so I'm not trying to get roasted. I mean, I'm already going to be roasted for the way that I talk and my opinion. So I'd rather not let my my weight be another.
Your commentary is going to be the main elephant. Like, listen, how you look is going to be a distant like 12 or 13 on the list. Like, your views is going to set everything off.
Right.
How you look, they go.
So how do you make it?
So what is this function in Atlanta you going to again?
It's called the G3 conference. It's an annual conference that they put on with pastors like Bodie Baucham, Paul Washer, and others. Very, very, very neat event.
I'll be there.
I'm looking forward to it. Oh, you'll be there?
Going?
Yeah, Virgil. He invited me like months ago.
Yeah.
Hey, Quisha. So okay, all right. The gang is all here.
Yeah, the gang will be in town. We should do a live show.
We should.
I'm going to bring my equipment.
When is it?
That's 23rd, I think.
Of this month? Oh no, that's too last minute.
21st to the 23rd of September.
Nah, I can't make it, y'all.
Oh, come on, man.
Hey, y'all, if y'all are watching right now, start loading or flooding Chuck's Cash App with money. Your EBT, your monthly rations if you're on welfare.
Take it to the street and slang it.
Yeah. Start filling this man's account with money so he can make it to Atlanta on September 21st. And I mean, he's not broke, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, you know what I mean? If you want to see this live show come together in Atlanta, you got to come correct. That means the money that you get from your rations, from your monthly welfare check, set aside a little bit of it, give it to Chuck so we can make this Atlanta live show happen.
Hold on. I Rosen said most of them dudes in Atlanta bad built.
Hey, Chad. I just got a somebody didn't know that you was married, and they was like, "So tell me about Chad." I said, "Oh,
Whoa,
yeah, see that? Married, 4 kids.
I told her, I let her know. She was like, "Oh, I didn't know that."
I got a ring on every Sunday.
Happily married.
Now, Blanch on
but
the
no,
other hand,
guys,
let me tell you about Blanch.
it's a time thing though with me, guys. It's just a little too last minute for me to organize. It's not a so please, guys, don't start sending me a bunch of money because
Y'all can send it to Quisha. Look,
Man, send that money, y'all. Send that offering. Y'all getting all this free
listen, I don't
content.
want y'all sending it under false pretenses and I take it and I do something else with it. I think that's unethical. So don't send me money for that purpose because regardless if you guys raise, well, I ain't gonna say that because if you raise something crazy, then I can mess around, quit my job and I go do whatever. But y'all raise a couple $100, that's still not gonna get me there because it's just too much logistical things happening. So I don't want to.
Quisha King can use a couple $100. I'm a single parent, and listen,
y'all better pay that.
My
Y'all better
Cash App
pay
is
that,
right
man.
there. Listen, okay.
Hey, y'all gotta get Chuck flued out to Atlanta. So y'all got to go ahead. Y'all got to.
Chuck is fine. Chuck already said he's fine.
I got to break bread.
Oh man.
So flued out is a term that the blacks use.
You know good well that's what black folks say, flued out.
Yes, my daughter had to tell me
Get flued out. Yeah, you gotta get flued out.
because I was correcting her English, and I was like, "Flued out? We don't speak like that."
That's what these guys, man. I think these celebrities, these rap, these
Keisha
Keisha been flowed out. This is the thing. Them cats, them celebrity rappers or whatever. They see them little women, them little Instagram models or whatever they call them. They hit the runners, jump up in their DMs, and they fly them out.
Yeah, trying to
come
get
hang with me.
Out.
Trying to get flown out. Come hang with me for a weekend.
Yeah.
But you got to be discreet though. Can't tell nobody.
Hey, but if you get flued out via Spirit, does that count?
You get flew out on Spirit Airlines?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that counts. I guess. I don't know. I mean, that's I don't know, but probably I'm thinking.
That ain't really, that ain't really flued out. Delta, on Delta to get flued out, American, Delta, United, Spirit, you just
That's not okay. I stand corrected.
Got flued out to Atlanta via Spirit.
Or
what about Southwest?
Southwest, all right, but it ain't flued out quality.
I never flew Southwest.
Somebody
I hate that color scheme. I hate Southwest's color scheme. Whoever thought of that? Like, just brown is just it's just not very commercially appealing. I know they got all type of marketing experts that deal with like the psychology of colors and all that stuff and what colors should be used here and there. But yeah, brown, the whole brown, red, and blue, that whole palette scheme that Southwest got going on, it just turns me off. I don't know. I don't like it.
I'm a Delta man myself.
Oh yeah, Delta is always first choice.
Yeah, I do Delta, American Airlines.
Well, la-di-da. I said, well, la-di-da. Yeah, exactly.
I do Greyhound, Mega Bus. The little Chinese bus over there.
Oh man, that reminds me. I need to update my points. Uppity Negro flying folks.
That's capitalism, y'all. Yeah. Capitalism is be on the plane. You're supposed to walk there.
Amtrak, King Tabernacle said Amtrak.
No, but in Dallas we have so you can fly in Dallas we have a airport, Luffield Airport. It's much more convenient than DFW Airport. But yeah, they fly Delta out of left field as well as Southwest. And in fact, Southwest is the biggest airline over at left field. But yeah, it's just, straight up the highway. You can get on the plane and go. We got another caller, Mr. Riley Walker. How are you today, sir?
Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. We can hear you fine.
I just wanted to say, I think to everything you guys do, it really does allow us to do some research and put some things together. Because, being a Christian and hearing some of the stuff that the Black church has fallen prey to, it does, it makes it difficult to be an upstanding man. But I do appreciate you guys allowing people like us to put the history together. I do share a lot with my family as well as, with my church family as well, not just my immediate family. So it's something they've been very receptive to, but it's all thanks to God and thanks to you guys.
Amen.
Especially you, Chad. I've been rocking with you since Uncle Tom #1. Can't wait for the 3rd installment. And like I said, man, keep doing what you guys is doing. It's a vital asset to our community. But you guys are on point, man. I don't disagree with nothing you're saying.
Well, I appreciate that, Riley. And it's always good to see men, especially men with gray, talk about like being in church and like leading their families. That's a very rare thing. I mean, it seems rare, but it's very commonplace to see grown men with gray in their beards or gray in their hair on social media being just as childish as the kids out there. And so to see grown men talking about, taking care of their families, leading their families the right way, even if you're not using my content, even if you are just like talking straight from the word or straight from, you know what I mean? That to me is encouraging because I come across more older men on a daily basis who are just as mature as, or just as immature as the 20-something-year-olds than I do men who are wise. And that's an epidemic in our day and age. So I do appreciate you calling into the show. The panel want to respond to anything he said?
I just love that he's sharing it with his family and that he's not keeping he's not hoarding the info. He's sharing it with his church family, his immediate family. And I appreciate you watching. So thank you.
Yeah, sure. That was great, man. Appreciate it. I'm always humbled by the fact that I'm still sometimes taken aback at the fact that people actually want to hear what I have to say, what we have to say as a group. But yeah, even like me, going back to when I first sprung up and started doing this little Instagram thing, and fate brought me into contact with, my compatriots on the panel. I was always shocked at the fact that somebody would actually, spend their time, listening to what some random dude has to say. And so people always like when people thank me for what I say or for what I do, and the time that I put into putting certain information out. I just want to let you guys know that I'm thankful for you all. Blanch says it a lot. He says, always say, I love y'all. Thank y'all. And I feel the same way, because I'm always, you guys are a gift to me, the fact that, just again, you guys, you don't know what you do for me and my soul and everything. It's it's a very humbling experience. So I'm thankful to you guys, more so than you would ever know,
Black Power.
So, Black Power.
I wanted to add angry black person to the panel. How are you today? Are you muted? Can you hear us? Hello, angry black person. Can you hear us?
I think they're muted.
No, I muted them.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, angry black person.
She came on black.
Where are you calling from?
An angry place.
An angry. Well, what's your comment or question?
I'm just joking. I just I heard this where they was giving away the free flat screen TVs to black people.
No, we were giving away the free flat screen TVs, the bundles. We're giving away the lashes,
bonnets.
Yeah, the bonnets. We got
Did
it all.
y'all get them new Jerry curl lashes that's coming out?
They're on the way. They're on the way.
Okay, good. I'll come back when they come in. No, I just wanted to let y'all know I do appreciate what y'all do. Yeah, as you probably figured out, I'm chicken grease as well.
Oh, nice.
Oh, okay.
So chicken grease is a woman. I knew it was a
Right.
woman. I knew it was a woman. See, Chuck tried to say it's a man because your sense of humor is very masculine.
That wasn't she. That was 01. That was 0122. That was that guy.
I said that.
Oh, 122.
But I
Where
did
is
think
that
chicken
person?
grease was a man. I thought it was a man. I did not know.
No, I'm a lady. No, for real. I'm No, and as a Christian, like I appreciate the way you guys link it together, the actual history behind everything. Because I said many years ago, I said, if everybody in the Black community wants us to do better, why aren't we? And I couldn't like put my finger on it. And I was just like, well, we have this quote unquote sense of church. Why aren't we prospering? But again, we have a false sense of church where we had, like you said, the infiltration that we've swapped out God for GOV, and that's what we have. So
I want to steal that chicken grease.
Preach.
Cite your sources. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it look like I made that up. So
That's fine. That's absolutely fine. I'm totally okay with that. But yeah, I really do appreciate what y'all do. Like I have an opportunity to go share the gospel with people, and I'm just blessed by that. So yeah, I'm gonna try to behave in the chat now that y'all know I believe the Lord. You know, follow Christ.
no, keep doing what you do. You're the comments wouldn't be the comments without chicken grease. So
That's right. You are hilarious. I don't know why I didn't pick up that you were a woman, another lady in the chat. So keep.
You know what I appreciate about you, chicken grease?
The name said chicken grease.
Yeah,
It's French. Why y'all mispronounce my name? It's chicken.
I didn't notice the little thingamajigger on the eye.
Actually, it's just humor. It's just my humor, y'all. But I mean, Keisha did. She didn't ask my pronouns, so I'm offended already.
Right,
See, I'm
exactly.
still angry.
You know what I appreciate about you, chicken grease, is when Keisha is up here talking about her feminist nonsense. You don't take sides in the comment section, validating her feminist nonsense. So that's what I appreciate about you, chicken grease. You keep it real.
Feminist
keep it
nonsense. What?
Right.
Because he wants the ladies to go to school just to kindergarten, basically.
Oh yeah.
To maybe go to first grade.
I didn't say fifth grade. I said kindergarten.
I'm joking. Fifth grade.
I said kindergarten.
Well,
I think they should come right out the womb, right into the kitchen.
Look, and there's no men out here now. We talk all about how the weak men are, but we only supposed to go to fifth grade and then do what exactly?
Supposed to be a Proverbs 31.
But real talk though, before here I go breaking up the fun with all the serious stuff, but no, like centuries prior to the advent of heavy industry and big machinery, women actually played a very key role in commerce and exchange, but when, industrialization by the 17th, 18th century on into the 19th century, when things really began to pick up, is when you really began to see men sort of like, monopolizing the labor space. But women, even before, when they were just relegated to the home, they sold goods out of their home. They tended to, because it was a more kind of like locally based economy, which really played into, what women were doing at the time. So I just want to throw that out there. But anyway, y'all get back to cutting the food like y'all was doing.
No, actually, to go off what you said, Blanche alluded to the Proverbs 31 woman. If you look at, she's working out of her home. However, she's supplying for her home. And the same process, I mean, and you, like you said, in ancient times, you would see, yes, I might do, even back in the 50s and 60s, where Yeah, I'm working, but technically I'm doing laundry. I'm doing those folks' laundry, and I'm
Mhm.
able to do my laundry at the same time and still be a presence in my home.
Yep, and
Which,
you made money,
yeah, you made money,
and you
but
made money doing it.
now, yeah, and you're taken out of your home. The protection, like all the protection, is removed from the home. I mean, the father's been taken out, so he was the ultimate, buffer of protection. And then now the mother's out. Now we got Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion and whoever influencing your child and raising your child through technology. And then you got purple hair people leaders, like you just showed a minute ago, raising your kids.
Yeah.
Well, I
And you
appreciate
know
you
something,
taking Grace.
and you know something. When I just before I go, because I got a hard stop at 11. Um, Listening to Chic and Grease, when I remember the show you guys did that I wasn't on, and I can't remember what the title of the show was, but part of the montage, you played a clip from Ari Spears and the things that he was saying about God, and if God must be black because he's late, and if God is white, he don't care about you anyway. So what are you actually worshiping and praying to, and this and that? And I'm listening to Ari Spears, and as upset as I was at his rhetoric, I also I almost felt sorry for him in a way, because he has a very distorted point of view. He doesn't know what the gospel is. He's never been properly taught what the nature of God actually is. And so in his mind, again, God is this exactor of a kind of vengeance, or what he thinks is just as a human being. I remember listening to Blanch in one of his recent lives when he was explaining why vengeance belongs to the Lord, because man, there's no way that a mere mortal can really exact a perfect kind of justice. And so to suggest that, it is man's responsibility to take revenge is quite foolish. So again, I just wanted to mention that, because when I listened to the Ari Spears clip, I said, man, this is a shame that this man has never really been shown the true nature of God, which is why he has this blasphemy, quite frankly, and what did he say? He's a couple of steps away from being an atheist. This is why he has this worldview, this point of view, because he's never been properly exposed to God's true nature, and it was quite sad.
Yeah,
I almost felt sorry for Ari Spears listening to him.
Well, thank you, Chicken Grease, for joining. We do have another caller, and
Cheek in Grease.
Thank you.
Cheek.
It's okay. You can call me Chicken Grease. That was the point of me doing this humor. God bless you all. Bye.
God bless you as well. She kind of sounds like a jambalaya talks. Before we bring on the next caller, I did want to play a clip, a rare footage of Chuck that I found. Somebody sent me. You're not going to find this anywhere else, but I found this rare footage of Chuck. He kind of comes in toward the end of the video, but here it is.
Buckingham Palace.
This institution.
Okay.
I'm going to play one more time for Quisha.
Hey, where are we? Buckingham Palace.
This institution.
Okay.
They said, nah, bro, get out of here. We don't even want to hear that shit. Oh, they said, nah, bro, we ain't even dealing with it.
You gotta be the party pooper Chuck, like,
All right, I'm going to bring in a new caller, Sub-Zero 3639. How are you today, sir?
So,
hey, what's going on? What's up, man?
What you doing here, man? You supposed to be asleep somewhere, dog. I'm telling your wife.
I was about to go, man. I've been listening to y'all and just having a good time. I love listening to y'all on Sunday. So what's up, Chad?
How are you? How are you today, sir?
Ain't nothing, man. Ain't nothing. I told I just had Chuck on the channel. What was that? Yesterday?
Yeah.
Yesterday.
So, yeah, we had a good one. You got him a little upset in the comments, but hey, that's why we do what we do. I love to do that, So, but yeah, man. I just wanted to come up here and show love, man, and just say that I as a conservative myself, and it's refreshing to see other conservatives, and particularly Christian conservative, which I think I find it hard to see if you could be a believer and a Democrat. I just, not to say that Republicans are, y'all know, right?
Right,
But
right.
We got
it's
you.
just, it's refreshing, man. Because I just, I was just debating with a friend of mine the other day about some political issues. I think I sent Chuck the screenshot of it. He's calling me names. You bootlicking coon. You
That's
worship the
my
white
favorite.
man.
Bootlicker's my favorite.
He was going in on me, right? And I laugh. I don't care. I don't care. I did a series called "How to Be the Best Coon You Can Be." So for me, it's fun. So I enjoy it, but sometimes it is frustrating listening to African Americans try to approach politics from this very myopic way of thinking. So I think y'all doing God's work. I think this show is gonna grow tremendously. I already told Chuck he should have been over 20, 30,000 people, but I think that's coming. So I just wanted to show love, man, and say thank y'all for doing what y'all do.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Thank you, bro.
Too. And do go over and check out Sub-Zero's YouTube channel. He gets real over there. Some of the music that he has whenever he's opening up is a little bit before my time, but it is what it is. Once it gets into the substance or the meat of the matter, you can't stop listening. So I appreciate you calling into the show. Very, very appreciative.
Thanks, and I know we're supposed to be doing another video. Just whenever you're ready, let me know about reparations.
Oh yeah. So Sub-Zero, he's a Christian conservative, right? But he believes in reparations.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to get into that.
Did I put you on blast just now or no?
No. He openly stands by that.
Right.
He brought it up. He brought it up during our conversation yesterday, and it was toward the end, and I had to take off. And I told him, I said, "Yeah, man, this would be a good, good thing to if you whoever was interested in having Chad or Jackson on your channel, this would be a good one for you and him for the two of you to discuss."
Right, because the thing is, like, it'll be a good faith conversation. It wouldn't.
It'd be a good faith conversation. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with it, man. Just whenever, if you want to go one day this week, just let me know. I got your number. So
okay,
I'll be reaching out.
Don't be giving that number to people, by the way.
Oh no,
he ain't.
No, I ain't gonna do that. But yeah,
Sub-Zero, good dude, man. He wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but we that'd be fun, man. I look forward to it. I'm gonna have to go study though. I know how y'all get down. So y'all have a good one, man. God bless y'all.
You too.
Peace
God
out,
bless
bro.
You. Appreciate it.
All right. He down there in Atlanta too with you, Blanch.
Man, where are the haters at?
Oh, Blanch, did you put I done asked you in the private chat, and I done asked you in the chat.
I'm sorry. Let me look.
Before we bring another caller in, let me just peace out, you guys. I got to work in the morning, and I haven't even eaten dinner yet, so I'm about to eat.
Tell Michelle we want some tacos too.
Man, y'all see me communicate with her in the chat because she's somewhere in the house watching. So
I didn't put I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I'll holla at y'all. It's been real. I'll see you all next week and all that good stuff.
Bye.
Peace out.
I got all kinds of coons and raccoons in the comment section. I got all kinds of, and I'm talking about the IG video that I posted. All kinds of raccoons, all kinds of gifts of Uncle Ruckus, of Stephen from Django,
the tap
the
dancing
duck, the tap dancing duck.
That's
I got all of that. I was told that I would get phone calls from people who disagree, and I haven't gotten any of them. Are people afraid? Are people afraid to have this conversation? Like, what's going on? I mean, you got the three of us up here. Sorry?
Can you put the link in here again? I'm trying to find the link so I can put it on Instagram.
It's the same link that I sent y'all over text message.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but I was told that I was wrong. Sorry?
Sorry, I was just saying good night to Michelle. She said.
Oh, got you. I was told that I was wrong. I was told I don't know what I'm talking about. I was told I don't know anything but the Black struggle, and that, y'all had all this stuff to say. Y'all were writing literal books in the comment section, but now y'all are radio silent. So what's going on?
They scared because you're gonna get served.
If I'm a bootlicking Uncle Tom sellout, all of it, then come tell me about
This is
it.
how you know, like what I was saying earlier, like it's only for Instagram. It's like the keyboard warriors,
Right.
you know. Let's see if they really pull up let's see if they pull up on
No. See, there's three of y'all. See,
yard.
somebody literally did DM me saying that I'm not about to come up with 4 of y'all. I want one-on-one. Like,
oh,
okay.
We'll be quiet.
Yeah, we'll be quiet. but when they leave, we'll be talking again.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah, I get a bunch of grown men just constantly tagging me and stuff like. So this week I hashtagged the Alabama boat brawl and Alabama boat fight. And I had a whole bunch of people flood my page from the woke from the woke black side, and they was coming on my page going crazy, man, just going ballistic.
So okay, what now? My daughter was showing me about like all the memes and the gifts, and people got they got the chairs, the glittered out chairs, and all the fold up chairs that like everybody's going crazy about the chair. What was this fight about? Like, does anybody know?
Yeah, so basically, there was a security guard at the dock, and he wanted these guys to move their boat so that the main boat could dock, but their boat was in the way. And so he takes it upon himself to move their boat. And so that's really what escalated the whole thing.
So he was doing something he didn't have no business doing.
That's what I said. Like, but black people said, well, because he's black and they're white, if he tell them to move their boat, they got to move their boat. And so when he moved their boat, one of the guys got upset, and he anyway, long story short, the guy was losing the fight one-on-one. Like, before the jumping even took place, he was already getting worked. So
the black guy was losing the fight.
The security guard was losing the fight.
Why'd he throw his hat in the air?
To get hit in the mouth. That's what happened. He threw his hat in the air, looked at his hat, and got hit in the mouth. Right?
He threw it.
looking like Bobby Shmurda, looking at his hat in the air, got hit in the mouth, get dude dragged. It's just foolishness. But anyway, so the argument black folks are making is that they were defending him. That fight, even when he got jumped, lasted a minute. Black folks continued to fight for another 15 minutes. The 15 minutes of fighting wasn't about defending that man. That was just about getting your lick back against white people. That was nothing with that security guard.
Did you see the guy who was
Keisha.
in the water swimming across?
Hey, no, we'll get to that in a moment. Probably next week because we're running out of time.
Okay.
We do have 2 callers that I want to get to.
Hilarious.
But
I want you to see him too, Keisha.
That clip that Blanch shared with us from IG about how he was hearkening back to his ancestral.
Oh yeah.
How did they say it? His genetics kicked in, and that's how he knew how to swim all of a sudden.
Right.
I want y'all to see him though. I want y'all to see this boy. I want y'all to see him. You're gonna be like, what?
Him downstairs.
Him downstairs.
To get some milk and cookies. All right, so we got O-Dog. How are you today, O-Dog?
What's
up?
Not
from Menace.
What's up?
Oh,
This
dog,
is
not
actually
for me.
this is STEM, the stimulated students or the real
Oh,
ISO.
okay.
Oh, what's up, ISO? What's up?
What's happening? Yeah. Good show again. To answer the question about cause I heard what Chad said. He wanted people to answer the question about Black excellence. Well, we have to define what Black is first, and I think that's just something that we can't define. So if we can't define that, then I don't think there's any such thing as Black excellence, because there's no white excellence. White excellence because excellence, and there's no white community either.
Right.
The white community is just. I mean, I never even heard of it. I never even heard.
But in Black folks' head, there is such a thing as a white community.
Well,
I hear black folks say white community all the time. Actually,
I've never heard a white person say that. I heard Bill Burr say that as a joke, but I mean, like it's white people have families, so they, like I've done door-to-door sales, and I go in a quote unquote white neighborhood, and I ask the guy, I'm like, hey, I just trying to check out your roof, and then he'll be like, oh yeah, I got a buddy over there that does roofing, so I'm good, but well, and Chad, you know about DeSoto. I go to DeSoto, and it's all sorts of nonsense and people swindling, and I mean, people scamming. Man, people owe me so much money in DeSoto from just ripping me off, from doing work for them and them not paying me.
Right, I know all about that.
You know what I'm saying? So,
and these are supposed to be the upper middle class blacks.
Man, DeSoto was upper. I don't even want to say the N word, but you know what I mean. It's the uppity N word city.
Right.
I mean, those people are just treacherous. But and then another thing, now that we know all this knowledge and all that, then we need to make a better effort of getting to the youth at an earlier age, maybe about like 12 years old, when they're starting to be old enough to actually understand their environment. I think that the whole concept of calling teenagers children, I think that's very detrimental, because when you call them children, they behave like children and they think like children. And it's kind of really hurting them. High school, you said college prolongs adolescence. Well, I think high school kind of starts that whole process, because it's not real. You don't get money for making good grades in the real world. And I tell my cousins the whole point of school is so you can make money. So if you're taking advanced calculus and that's not going to contribute to a higher income, just drop it and find something else. I mean, we waste too much time with ceremonial nonsense in society. But my point is, we need to do a better job of getting to them at an early age, and not just talking to them, but showing them what they can have. And actually, and I know people on this panel are trying to be an example, but I think we need to, just as I don't want to say collective, I don't want to sound like a communist, but as a I guess society or whatever, we need to do a better job of being examples and showing not children, but young adults what they can have. We need to be talking to them more and, molding their minds. I was just talking to my 17-year-old cousin earlier, and, she was just spitting communist rhetoric. And I was like, where did you get those studies from? Show them to me. And she was talking about she wanted to be a neurosurgeon, and then she talking about the medical system's messed up. And, that's right up my alley, because, I've applied to medical school before, but I wanted her to tell me how it was messed up. And she just was, well, medicine should be free and this, that, and the other. Then she told me that she's going to remove her uterus and all this nonsense. And, at that point, wasn't.
Wait. I'm sorry. Wait. I'm sorry. Wait. Now what? Now what?
She was telling me.
Said what?
She said that medicine should be free.
Right. And she said, what about a uterus? What?
I told her, go out there and start a business so you can see how the market really operates. And then I said, when you start a business, you'll understand resources better, and that'll make you a better wife, and that'll make you a better mother. She said, oh, I'm not going to have any children. I'm going to get my uterus removed, and then I'm going to adopt children. And
okay,
after that,
I now she's 17 years old.
Yeah, she's 17.
I think you need to tomorrow contact her parents and go
her mom was right
to
there.
The school, huh?
Her mom was sitting right there.
Okay, well, you need to go down to the school and figure out exactly what are they teaching at this school where this 17-year-old girl thinks that she wants to remove her uterus. That's a problem. That is a problem. I'm sorry, I don't mean to get so serious, but that is crazy. That's crazy.
No, I mean it is crazy and it's serious, but I didn't take her serious. I didn't take her seriously because she's probably at that stage where she just wants attention. You know, her dad ain't around, and you know, so she acts out, and she doesn't.
I'm sorry. No. This is something that this is a real thing. They are teaching. This is a part of like this trans thing. Like we're going to remove uteruses. We're going to this whole idea of there's a lot that goes into this, but where did this idea come from that she wants to have her uterus? Think about it. Like there are plenty of ways to not have kids. Why do you have to remove your uterus to do this? You see what I'm saying? Like that's a real mind. That's a whole mind shift into something else. Somebody needs to go ask some questions. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's totally out of left field. It's stupid. She was saying that she doesn't want to have cramps and periods and all that stuff like that. But I tell them all the time, you know, she's 17, her brother's 19, the youngest brother's 14. I keep telling them, y'all are not children. The decisions y'all make have consequences. And all I can do is offer y'all wisdom and advice or whatever. But I'm not about to be running after y'all to make you do what you're supposed to do, because I've been there before. I've been 15 years old. You know, if you take something away from me, then I'm going to come up with some scheme to get it back. So all that punishment and all that stuff, you know, a lot of times parents are just kidding themselves and wasting their time. So right. I try to give them a sense of responsibility. I'm like, you're not a child. Stop putting your damn hand out all the time. Stop saying, gimme, gimme, gimme. Go get it. You know, and every decision you make has a consequence. So think about it before you do it. And if you get into a situation, you got yourself into that situation.
Right.
So, you know, it's not like there's some like mythical safety net that's going to be there. If she wants to be stupid like that, I advise her not to do it. But I mean, at the end of the day, people do what they want to do. You like, for instance, you cannot tempt me with homosexuality because I don't have those temptations. But if you tempted me with like, I don't know, a 5'9", curvaceous, real hair, hazel-eyed, beautiful woman.
He's putting his beard out there, y'all.
Yeah, I mean, if you tempted me with that, that's going to be a little bit hard for me to turn down. But, you know, my point
I think
is...
he just described you, Quisha.
No, I'm not 5'9", and I don't have hazel eyes, and I'm not sure whatever else he said. But I'm just like, you know, you said she doesn't have a father. You're a father figure in her life. I'm just saying, like, that is there's a real push to indoctrinate children in this transgender, in this mindset that is extremely destructive. I mean, there are children who are being indoctrinated to cut off their own breast. This is a real problem. It's very serious. I'm not trying to like be all hyperbolic, but somebody needs to go ask some questions. If she doesn't have a father, and that makes her even more vulnerable to be told any old thing about her body, who she is. This is like some major stuff that's being pumped into her mind right now. And I get she's 17 and kids are weak kids, but this is beyond that. And I mean, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be all. Okay. I'm not trying to be in business like that. I'm just saying, look, like.
I get what you're saying, and I'm on board with you. But let me ask you this: what if she was 25? Would you react the same way?
Well, she's an adult.
Well, that was my point, though. That's my point. I'm telling her that she's an adult now, and she is an adult now. She may be foolish, but how do you the way to combat foolishness is with wisdom. You get wisdom when you seek it, but you also have to be humble to that wisdom. So I'm offering her wisdom. I sit down and talk with her all the time, Just sit her down and be like, hey, what's going on? How was school today? Like, how are you doing? Like, what are you thinking? What are you feeling? I do all that with her, but at the end of the day, she's gonna make her own decisions. I don't try to come down on her too hard for the stupid things she says, because she's on board with all this feminist nonsense and all this communist nonsense. And what I do, I try to talk her through it, and I always pin her into a corner to where she can't get out, and then she'll just go upstairs to her room and start laughing. But if I'm gonna tell her that she's an adult and she has to make sound, wise decisions, then I have to stand on that. So she's 17 or she's 28, she's still an adult, and she has to make wise decisions.
I think more than anything, she should be taught how to be a lady, because everything you're saying to me right now doesn't sound ladylike. I wish my daughters would be 17, 18 years old talking about they want to get their uterus cut out and they want to go and they want to get this professional career. Like, no, you're going to be a mother. You're going to be a homemaker. That's what you're going to be.
Well, most communist women are not ladylike. So, I mean, that's just what it is.
100%.
We'll be praying for her and your family, though. For real.
Thanks, Dayon. We're going to jump to the next caller.
Appreciate it.
But I appreciate you. Call back next week. All right. Thanks.
Yep.
Let's see here. And then we got Waco, Texas, 254. How are you today?
Hello, how are y'all doing? I just wanted to say, first of all, that I'm a big fan of all of y'all, especially you, Mr. Jackson, Uncle Tom 1 and 2. Wow, it blew my mind. And I'm actually down the road from you in Waco. And over the past few years, Waco's a pretty conservative town, people would like to believe. But I've noticed ever since, George Floyd and everything, we have groups here that are communists or socialists affiliated with, groups such as PSL and DSA. And it's gone pretty silent. And over the past few years, I've been kind of calling it out gradually. And my question is, what is the correlation, these groups pushing the LGBTQ and trans agenda on the Black and brown communities, especially the kids? Like, what's their goal in that? I mean, I'm having not a problem addressing this here in Waco, but, I kind of noticed that the PSL group we have here has been gone unnoticed. And I just discovered it the other day, and we had a little back and forth with the local LGBT group that's just pretty radical. And they're saying, no, there's no communism, no. So I just see you're tagged in a thing with DSA Waco and PSL Waco. I didn't know we had chapters here. Like,
right.
What's the correlation with that? I thought communism.
The correlation is that the Marxists and the communist types have tried for a very long time to penetrate Western civilization. Mm-hmm. It wasn't as easy to penetrate the West as it was to penetrate Eastern Europe and Asia and African countries, so on and so forth. And so the way that they were able to finally figure out an incision point was through quote unquote marginalized communities. This is how they were able to plant their footing in the Western world. And so they'll always go after the Blacks and the Browns and the so-called minority groups, because they understand that there is power in victimhood. Quisha went on to Roland Martin's show last year, and Roland Martin was saying that Blacks can't make it, Blacks can't do this, Blacks can't do that. And Quisha told him, well, you're an example of someone who made it. And he tried to say, well, no, it's not like that for everybody or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, the reason why Roland Martin and others in his position were able to get to where they are wasn't based primarily on the merit of what they bring to the table, but rather it was based upon, in many instances, them leveraging the color of their skin as a point of grievance to guilt people to giving them a raise or giving them a higher position, so on and so forth. And so this is the state of Black politics today, of Black Americans today. Utilize your quote unquote grievance to make others feel guilty as a kind of political capital to pass a certain piece of legislation, to get this policy to be passed in your school, to whatever the case may be. anytime the Marxists and the communist types want to get something passed in America that will have the effect of deconstructing yet again another component of Western civilization of meritocracy, they're going to use who to do it? Blacks, browns, gays, whoever stands to have any kind of, again, political capital based upon grievance to guilt the larger society into letting them have their way. It's kind of like, if you have children, I myself have 4 children. Sometimes if one of my girls especially are throwing a fit, throwing a tantrum, being annoying, this, that, and the other, you are tempted as a parent to just give them what they want. This is the same thing with Black America, with in some cases, but not all, brown America, and in gay America, whatever you want to call them. Constantly point to your quote unquote struggle or your suffering so as to guilt others into getting something out of the context or out of the situation. So that's the correlation in my mind between communism and quote unquote minority groups, is using the narrative that this minority group is oppressed to guilt the larger society to letting them have their way. That's how I see it, at least.
Yeah. No, I definitely and totally agree with you. It confuses me to the point where, traditionally I'm a Hispanic conservative. So of course the white Marxists here, and all their little activist groups don't like me because I've been calling them out about their BS. They call me a white brown supremacist, which I think is hilarious. Yeah, and I'm blocked from all their social media groups. I start calling them out, and the next thing you know, I'm blocked. I can't comment. And then I go on my other, secret profile and I see what they're saying. Like, I gotcha. There's your racism. And to me, it's mind-boggling that, our Black and brown, our communities, traditionally and culturally, like y'all say all the time, do not align with this new generation. And I see it from what y'all say. They're using these communist tactics, and they all correlate through either the Communist Manifesto or Marx, and they hide it very well. I notice they hide it very well. But why do Black and brown, why do we fall for it? Why do we have so many of us, that go along with it? Is the brainwashing that deep? Because
it's very deep.
Yeah.
It's very deep. Like part of the activism, and this goes back to Martin Luther King. This goes back to the NAACP. This goes back to the Black Panthers and so on and so forth. In the so-called Hispanic community, you have people like Cesar Chavez. You have the woman with the unibrow. I forget her name. But,
and then the Castro brothers' mom and everything.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So these are the people who have been able to climb their way to the top of quote unquote Black leadership, not by volition of their own merit, but with the help of the Western mainstream media, who also are very quote unquote progressive, i.e. Marxist. And so these are the ones who give all kinds of prestige and clout to, Martin Luther King, for example, his face was on Time magazine, his face was on Life magazine, his face was on everything. They made this man look larger than life. And the same is true of, they made Huey Newton look cool. Like they were using these quote unquote activists in their own way by way of journalism to rail against the system. These mainstream journalists were. And so this kind of facade of being a leader did something in the minds of many Black folks and many brown folks, where they began to identify with the narrative that these quote unquote leaders were putting out. And what these quote unquote leaders were doing were appealing to grievance politics. You see, to the extent that you don't achieve or accomplish something that you think you should have achieved at this point in your life, to the extent that you don't achieve that, if a leader, quote unquote, is in your ear telling you it's because of the systemic oppression, it's because of racism, it's because of this, it's because of that, like that has a spellbinding effect on you to where ultimately you'll believe it. Ultimately, you'll agree with it. And so when you teach that to your children and then they teach it to their children, it creates generations of victims who identify more with grievance politics than with I can do it.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And so like that to me, once again, is where the correlation lies. When you look at the quote unquote Black vote, most Black people in America, doesn't matter where they are on the rung of success in America, they're going to vote from a posture of being a victim.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter how much they've accomplished. They vote from the posture of being a victim. And
Same
if you
thing with
ask
Brown.
them, right, and if you ask them, like, who would you say your Black leaders are? I guarantee you, once again, regardless of how much money they have in their bank account, they can be old, uber wealthy, or they can be dead broke. They're going to say, well, yeah, I believe that, Benjamin Crump is a good leader. I believe that Martin Luther King was a great leader. So they're going to, like, and the thing is, you can tell a lot about a person's politics and how they identify themselves in the larger context of America and of a meritocracy. You can tell a lot about how they see themselves in this grand scope by asking them who they think their leaders are. For me, like, I would never tell you that Benjamin Crump is my leader. Like, are you kidding me? I'll never tell you that Martin Luther King is someone whose leadership I espouse. Like, you'll never hear me say that, because to say that says a lot about how I see myself as a Black man in the larger context of this country. Most Black people see these Al Sharptons and Jesse Jacksons and others as their leaders, and that is why they vote 90+% for Democrats.
Yeah, I know. That makes sense, and I totally agree. And, one thing I'd like to put out to everyone that's listening, which I'm sure they already know, is one thing, Black and Brown, that we don't really pay attention to, is who's getting elected locally. Everyone's worried about, the presidential election and all that. But no, I tell people all the time, from what I've learned over the past few years and what I've discovered here in Waco, is you really need to pay attention on who's getting elected locally, whether it be the city council, your school boards, things of that. Who's your state rep? Who's your state house rep? And what I found here in Waco, the mayor pro tem that recently resigned last year, we called her out in a cast. She was on her campaign. She had Angela Davis, as one of her quotes on there, and all of her rhetoric from, wanting to call for the Grace Act, calling to, a gun buyback program, talking about equity. She voted no against extra community policing in the Black neighborhood because, of the whole George Floyd thing and everything. We got her gone, but in the schools, it's very sad. There's one member on the school board, I won't say his name, but when Texas passed the critical race theory bill, not to teach it. Well, WISD, they had a meeting talking about how they could hide doing it. And this gentleman, he held up a book, saying, if we can't, the teachers that we hired, we need to make sure they read this book. And it's called Black Magic. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but the cover of it, is a communist fist. And to me, it's scary, how deep that's gotten. And I'm doing my best to, to call it out, but it's like, none of them care. They're just that brainwashed, it just doesn't make a difference. And I'm staying motivated. I still am going to start, calling it out. It just, I don't know. I need help.
Yeah. Well, keep watching this show, and we'll try to do the call-in session at the last 30 minutes to an hour. So we're gonna have to find a way to button up our own.
Good. I appreciate y'all doing this. And one more question, I'll let you go. Is there any way I could send y'all my email or anything, everything that I found here in Waco, and just tell me what y'all think?
Yeah. If you don't mind, Angel Wings, if you're still here, put in my email in the comment section. You'll be able to email me whatever you have. In fact, I've been behind on emails this week. I'm going to catch up with everything that I have. So if you have sent me an email so far, those of you in the chat, or those of you who are listening later, I'll try to get to you this week. So yeah, I appreciate that. I'd love to see what's going on in Waco, especially if it gives me the information to combat this nonsense. So
yeah, that there's one more thing they have. They teach the WISD thing, that one member that was, or one person that was trying to run for school board, and she failed twice, and I call her out all the time. She has this thing called the I don't know if you've ever heard of it, the school to prison pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm still, it's like, why is she teaching this kids? And that was her whole rhetoric, white people are bad. Black and brown kids have it so bad. This racist country. And she's one of the main organizers for the local BLM chapter here, and the protests they had. It's just, yeah. No, I'll send it to you, and you tell me what you think.
Yep, appreciate that. Thank you for coming on.
You have a good one.
You too.
What is going on?
With what?
With Deontay and what is? I don't know. I
word.
Yeah. Like what?
Is he cutting somebody up in the comment section, or is he getting the work?
I don't know. I haven't been. I just see. I know. Nova Lisa was like, she said something had me cracking up. She said, she's like, it's just the energy. You ain't saying nothing to that. It's just, your energy is just really annoying. Not that you're saying anything difficult. I don't know what's going on. I just kind of see it kind of peripherally. I'm not getting in all that business, but yeah, it was funny. It was very try me not. No, it was like, don't come for me. Blanche is looking that's y'all going back and forth.
No, it's just that people come in like wolves in sheep's clothing, and what they'll do is they'll come in like, oh, I'm just asking questions. I'm just trying to figure out what the Bible.
Wait. So who are we talking about?
Deontay Blade Ford. But what he does is he'll like come into a chat and he'll ask questions not about the subject of the live. So he'll come in asking about other stuff, which is obviously a way to, because you're coming in with an agenda, right? And you're coming in with a point. What I'm saying is, what I find is that most intellectuals, their goal is to prove the scriptures wrong. If I can find the scriptures to be fallible in some type of way, then I don't have to adhere to the scriptures. And so what I see a lot of is people saying, I'm just asking questions. I'm asking the tough questions. I'm just trying to find out. But to me, it's really disingenuous, because your real goal is to discredit the scriptures by testing the knowledge of quote unquote believers. And so, but I see this often though. It's like we'll be having a discussion and he'll come in with something that's very off topic. And again, you're coming with something off topic because you're trying to prove a point. You're not coming in adding to the conversation. You're coming in trying to get your rocks off on this whole scripture thing. And I get it, because most people, if you're very scholastic and you're very into books and all this, scripture is going to be very hard for you, because it takes a lot more than just reading the Bible. You got to apply it to real life. You got to pray. You should be fast. It's so much that goes into the scriptures to where a person just reading the Bible is not going to really grasp things, especially if their life don't reflect it. Yeah. So again, when I first saw him going live one time, I saw him and I'm looking at him talking to these people, and his goal is really just to make the people say, okay, you're confused on the word yourself. You don't get the word yourself. And again, this is a tactic where people come in and they make people confused about the word of God. And then guess what? If everybody's confused and God's word isn't this, then guess what? I don't have to follow it. And to me, that is a tactic that most scholars use when it comes to the word of God. But believers know that God's word is alive and is living. We know that the Messiah, Christ, was the word made flesh. That's so right. Again, I judge somebody based on their intent behind what they're doing. I don't care what the person is saying. What is your intent behind what you're doing? And if you come into a space and you're talking about something off topic, I know you're coming to sow seeds of discord. Otherwise, why would you can start your own live and have questions, but why would you come to Chad, to this show, to ask questions about something, knowing good and well it's not the topic? Your goal is to sow seeds of discord. Out of respect for the host, you would say, let me stay on topic. Like imagine me going to your live, Quisha, and you're talking about stuff going on with the schools, and I'm in there talking about Cardi B. I got the whole chat talking about Cardi B, but you're talking about what's going on in the schools. It's really just sowing seeds of discourse, and then you hide behind it by saying, "Well, I'm just asking the tough questions. Well, you know better than me. You don't know the scriptures. You didn't just all this nonsense." But the goal is, at the end of the day, these people out here believe if they can prove the word of God to be fallible, then they're not going to be judged in the end. This is what people think. They think
and he's saying this is the first time this has happened. No, I've seen him before in the chat, and it's always a kind of these biblical like back and forth things. So I was just trying to anyway, I'm not gonna. But yeah, you're right, because if it was good faith, he would, or anybody would come in and try to at least be on topic. I mean, we talk about God, so there would be plenty of times to come in talking about inserting the Bible from where we're from a position where we're talking about, but it doesn't seem like that. That he's with it. Now it's Pharisee behavior. Okay.
but again, and he's only saying that because I pulled his card. Like, I mean, because that's what he's doing. And again, this is what I mean when people are going into the faith or coming into the faith. This is why you got to be very careful, because there are people out there, they don't really have knowledge of the scriptures. They know scriptures, and it's not the same thing.
Correct.
Knowledge of the scripture and knowing is not the same thing. So knowing a Bible verse, being able to recite it, and actually having seen that thing play out to fruition is two different things. Yeah. And so most intellectuals lean on, I know the scriptures memorized, I can, and so, but again,
which is actual Pharisee behavior.
Well, again, I know because he said, I'm like Christ because I'm married and I follow Christ's, what do you say? I do Christ-like behavior, something, I don't know.
Yeah.
Which again is, if anybody tell me I'm walking like Christ, I'm looking at you with a crazy face anyway. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, who have the audacity to say I'm walking like Christ? I'm exhibiting Christ behavior. Like, come on, you kind of thinking too high of yourself. We can't measure up to Christ. What we trying to? Come on now. But anyway, that's what that was.
Bring it down. Yeah. Oh, bless your heart, Deontay. You look. I wonder if that's his real picture. He looks young.
He looks like a member of the Du Bois and them. He could be one of Du Bois's people, one of them, all these people have something in common, and they really don't truly believe in God. Like when you talk to them, like even they don't really believe in God. They believe in God and as a way to gain access to a conversation, but they really don't believe in God. They really don't believe it because the intent behind what they're doing isn't to edify the kingdom.
Is he a Christian?
No, it's not to glorify God's kingdom is my point. I don't think he is. I mean, I don't think he is no more than somebody hooting and hollering on Sunday in the Baptist black church, sweating with no AC in there. I mean, I don't see it no different than that. I mean,
to be fair though, I have seen him engage in the comment section in a cordial way and engage with the content and agreeing, and even when he has disagreed, it has been from my perspective seemed to be in good faith. And to be honest, like with me kind of like producing the show, I really don't get to see what goes on a lot in the comment section, so it seems like Blanch has a lot better hold or understanding of what's going on than I do. I only get bits and pieces of it. So
yeah,
I mean, he's very slick because he'll engage with the conversation, like he'll engage, and then he'll start sliding in ever so subtly these scriptures, and do you believe this, and do you believe this, and do you believe this? He does this all the time everywhere. I mean, I've peeped him before. This is what he does, but it's really to sow the seeds of discord. This is what he's trying to do, because again, he wants people confused on the word, because his goal isn't to edify it. Like, his goal isn't to say at the end of the conversation you have a better relationship with God. That's not what he's saying. At the end of the conversation, he wants you to question what you believe the Bible to be. That's the goal. And so yeah.
Is my lamp bothering anybody?
Your what?
It's not even on.
I know, but it was kind of tilted. for all you OCD people in the comment section. I don't know if it was if the tilting, if it was bothering anybody.
You know, Chad, you're kind of giving me some Ice Cube vibes tonight with the hat and the
kind of, yeah, kind of.
I was gonna do my Ice Cube impression, but I'll spare y'all. Let's see here. We got a super chat from GG Ryder. Says, on the melanin conversation last week at our at or after 50 minutes, search the magical melanin doc type PDF Center for Inquiry. Spot on. All right, I'm going to check that out. Thank you for your super chat and your support of the show. Really appreciate
magical melanin.
I'm scared.
Got a super sticker from Laura Wilson. Thank you for your support of the show, Miss Laura. Appreciate it. Got another one from Club Rico Podcast. $5 super sticker. Greatly appreciated. Got another $20 super sticker from C Unwoke. And then we have a $2 one from Marquise. I don't know why I can't see these. It says, have you guys heard of the Gospel of the Holy 12? No, I haven't. I haven't heard of that. But I'll check it out. Wonder what that's about. But yeah, thank you for your show. I want to check that out and see what you're talking about. So, well, cool. So no, there is no such thing as Black excellence, and I think Stimulated Students brought up a very good question. Like, if you're going to talk about what is Black excellence, or is there such a thing as Black excellence, it's helpful to understand what is Blackness. Like,
Right.
what do you mean by Black? And for me, of course, I don't believe there's such a thing as Black excellence, because I don't consider myself first and foremost to be Black. I consider myself to be a believer of God, a son of God, who happens to have, a high melanin count, have been born to Black parents. It's not something I'm ashamed of. It's not something that I hate. It's just not something that's important to my existence. And so for me, like when I read the scriptures and I read about God's remnant and how the work of Christ called men from all tribes, all tongues, all nations, all ethnicities to God, what that means to me is that in spite of who you are or where you're from in the world, if you are a follower of Christ, then you are my brother or my sister. That's what that means. Like, we're part of God's remnant. And so Blackness is not something that I consider myself in terms of how I identify. I consider myself to be a follower of Christ. And when it comes to the question of what is excellence, I look to God's standard for excellence. I look to God's standard for how one must live, in terms of righteousness, in terms of uprightness, in terms of what is good, what is clean, what is true. I look to God's standard, and, holding yourself in an upright manner, walking with dignity. These are the kind of things that Booker T. Washington talked about. These are the kind of things that Joseph H. Jackson talked about. These are the kind of things that my own father talked about. And none of them talked about doing those things in the name of Blackness. And so when I see Black people doing excellent things and they aren't, walking around with graphic tees that says, I'm an example of Black excellence, this, that, and the other, when they're just doing excellent things that one can look at and say, oh, that man or that woman is something to behold, right? When you're doing that, people will pay attention to it, in spite of what color you are. The fact that you have to force people to look at you. I'm an example of Black excellence. You're forcing people to look at you. You're demanding attention that's very childlike, and it doesn't matter how many degrees you have. If you're doing that, that's very immature.
Yes.
Right. And so for me, again, because I don't identify with Blackness, naturally, I'm not going to walk around talking about Black excellence as a thing. And what's interesting to me is to see so many Christians, so many Black Christians say, well, I get, the whole Black excellence thing because, this, that, and the other. Like, no, you're compromising and you're yielding to the semantics and the rhetoric that creates this kind of endpoint, this kind of incision point to make room for all kinds of hollow and deceptive philosophies which serve to deconstruct God's word in your own heart. And so for me, I'm not going to make room for any of this worldly rhetoric, this worldly nonsense. If it's not in the Bible, if it's not a part of the scriptures, I'm going to reject it. I'm sorry, I'm just am. And so again, Black excellence to me sounds very demonic. It sounds very and I made this point earlier in a IG reel. Even when y'all use the term Black excellence, y'all are referring to mere aesthetics. Y'all aren't even referring to substance. Y'all are referring to surface level, how a thing looks, not what a thing is. That's what y'all are referring to. When I went on TikTok and I typed in Black excellence, what did I see? Black men walking in suits. It wasn't an advertisement for a suit, even though y'all looked like y'all were dressed at the nines. These weren't advertisements for suits. What are y'all selling? Y'all are selling Black excellence. I want to know where you got that suit from. I actually like that suit, but no, you're just a Black man walking in a suit. Black excellence. Okay. I don't know what kind of job
the bar is really low.
Right, exactly. So you I look at a thing, oh, Black excellence. Well, okay, well, what does he do for work? Does he have kids? Does he love his wife? Does he, you know what I mean? Like what do you I'm looking at a man in a suit, that's Black excellence. Okay. All right. So again, what y'all call Black excellence is pure aesthetic. It's show. It's not substance. So that's my closing remarks. Quisha, what are yours?
I agree. You know, the more we talk about this and then we see the comments that come in under, you know, the videos and things like that, it just goes to show that it's nothing. It's just vain. There's nothing really there. It's empty. There's no substance to it. Just be excellent. Just be excellent. That's all. You know, just stop worrying about color. You know, this melanin thing. You know, everybody has melanin. You're not special because you have melanin. You know, it is not something that you created on your own. God gave it to you. You can't take credit for it. It's nothing to be shamed or proud. It's just an immutable fact. You know, it's going in the dirt. Okay. It is going in the dirt. Blackness, it has about just as much as value as your toenails, you know, or your hair. I mean, it's nothing to be
Toenail excellence.
Lifted up. Yes, I mean, it's going in the dirt. It is going
toe jam excellence. Toe jam excellence.
Toe jam excellence. I mean, it is not anything to be just because at one point in time there were some white people that used race as a means to hate Black people. That does not mean that you should continue this focus on race. Stop doing it. Just stop. And I guarantee you, it will set you free. It will set you free. It will, you know, so it will make you free. That's what the Bible says. It will make you free. So be free. Go on and be free like a bird.
Like a bird.
That is free.
Like a bird. I don't know, man. I just think to me, even the term Black excellence is anti-God. I mean, even to think that you could be excellent is kind of like you're challenging God, because what you're saying is that we know that we got to be transformed through Christ. And so to think that you could just be excellent on your own through what you do or how you perceive yourself is, to me, blasphemous. And I think a lot of what Blackness is very pride based. It's very narcissistic. It's very entitled. It's very privileged. It's very spoiled. I often wonder, I'm like, how could Black people be fighting against racism, but the results be this? Like, when have we ever seen a righteous fight yield these kind of fruit? You know what I'm saying? And it's just kind of crazy to me that, you know, I just see Black people just gravitating towards this Blackness, this Black excellence. I'm gonna make God Black. I'm gonna be a God. It's just too much. And to me, how do you really glorify the kingdom in doing that? You can't, because you're glorifying Blackness. And really, it's a competition between Blackness and the kingdom. But the term Black excellence to me is very blasphemous, because the thing you can be excellent, like what's, I don't know, I just think it's horrible to even say. And I've never heard anybody say that. When I was growing up, I never heard such thing as somebody saying I was excellent. Now, when we were in church, they used to say, how excellent.
Oh, Lord.
Thank you. Those
How
songs.
excellent.
Right.
How excellent.
Excellent.
How excellent. How excellent. We didn't sing. Is thy name in all the earth.
But you see my point though. Think about it. When we was growing up, excellence was associated with God. Like it wasn't associated with a person. It's like you talking about excellence with divinity, not.
The Bible says do things in excellence. He said with all the do things in excellence, but you being excellent, no. Do things in excellence. Yes.
We were totally out of sync, but that's okay.
I know we get it together next time. Though. We get it together.
That is cutting through the culture. That's what we do.
We got a last minute super chat from the philosophist. It says, "Righteous action has no color. Appreciate you all. Thank you for your support of the show." We had a last minute caller too, but it looks like they hung up. But we're over 4 hours anyway, so we'll open up the phone lines again next week. I'm Chad O. Jackson, Quisha King, LaQuisha King, I should say.
Angel, I am Lynn. Michelle, we're going back. Y'all see? Chic in Greece. Next time, I hope you see this one on the replay. Mm-hmm.
Let me start over. I'm Chad Jackson. This is LaQuisha King. We have Mr. Blanch Robinson. Chuck Littleton had to bow out. We're cutting through the culture. See y'all next time. God bless.